had hiked this trail a dozen times before. Pine Ridge Trail, just outside the town where I lived, was my escape. 5 miles of dense forest, jagged rocks, and the occasional deer darting between the trees. I knew every turn, every steep climb, every patch of loose gravel, or at least I thought I did. That day started like any other. The air was crisp, the sky a dull gray with the promise of rain later. I laced up my boots, threw my backpack over my shoulders, water, protein bars, a first aid kit, the usual, and started walking. The first mile was easy. The ground was damp from last night's drizzle, the scent of wet pine thick in the air. Birds chirped somewhere above me, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush told me the squirrels were busy. Normal, familiar. Then, somewhere around the second mile, things felt off. It was subtle at first. The trees seemed thicker, the path narrower. I chalked it up to overgrowth. Maybe the Park Service hadn't cleared this section in a while. But the further I walked, the more wrong it felt. The trail markers, the little blue squares nailed to the trees, were missing. Not just one or two, but all of them. I stopped, frowning, and turned in a slow circle. This was definitely Pine Ridge. I had passed the big oak with the lightning scar just 10 minutes ago. But now nothing looked right. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Not unusual out here, but still frustrating. I checked my map, the paper one I always carried as a backup. According to it, I should have been coming up to the creek crossing soon. But when I listened, I didn't hear water, just silence. I kept walking. The air grew heavier, the light dimmer, as if the trees were closing in. My boots crunched over twigs and dry leaves, the sound too loud in the stillness. No birds now, no squirrels, just me and the forest, and the growing itch between my shoulder blades that said something isn't right. Then I saw it, a fork in the trail. That wasn't supposed to be there. Pine Ridge was a straight shot, no splits, no alternate routes. Yet here it was, 2 paths, one slightly wider than the other, both disappearing into the trees. I hesitated, then took the wider one. Felt safer, more like the trail I knew. But within minutes, the ground sloped downward too steeply, the trees pressing in until their branches scraped my arms. I stopped again, heart thudding. This wasn't right. I turned back, or tried to. The path behind me was gone. Not overgrown. Not hard to see. Gone. Just dense forest, trunks and underbrush packed so tight I couldn't even squeeze through. My breath came faster. This wasn't possible. I had just walked this way. I looked down. My footprints were still there in the mud, leading straight to where I stood. But beyond that, nothing. Like the woods had swallowed the trail whole. I forced myself to think. Panic wouldn't help. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn without realizing it. Maybe I was farther off course than I thought. I pulled out my compass. The needle spun lazily, then settled. North was not where it should have been. According to this, I was facing west when I should have been facing south. That couldn't be right. I shook the compass, tapped it. The needle didn't move. Fine. No compass, no trail markers. I just retraced my steps. Except I couldn't. Every direction looked the same. Endless trees, no breaks, no landmarks. The sky was darker now, the sun hidden behind thick clouds. I checked my watch. Only 2 p.m. It shouldn't be this dim. I started walking, picking a direction at random, pushing through branches that snagged my clothes. My arms stung from scratches, my breath loud in my ears. Then I heard it. A sound. Not an animal. Not the wind. Footsteps. Not mine. I froze. The noise stopped. I waited, straining to hear. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just the forest playing tricks. Then it came again. A slow, deliberate crunch of leaves. Close. Too close. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see. I ran. Branches whipped at my face. Roots snagged my feet. I didn't care. I just ran, lungs burning, until my legs gave out and I crashed to the ground. I scrambled behind a fallen log, pressing myself into the dirt, trying to quiet my breathing. Silence. Had I lost it? Whatever it was. I didn't know. I didn't want to know. Then, a whisper of movement. Right behind me, I spun around. Nothing. Just trees. just shadows. But I knew I wasn't alone. I stood slowly, every muscle tense. I had to keep moving, had to find a way out. I took a step, then froze. There, between the trees, barely visible, a shape, tall, too tall, standing perfectly still, watching me. I didn't wait. I ran again, blindly this time, no direction, just away. My foot caught on something, a root, a rock, and I went down hard. Pain shot through my ankle. I tried to stand, but my leg buckled. I was done. I curled into a ball, arms over my head, waiting for whatever was out there to reach me. Seconds passed. Minutes. Nothing happened. I dared to look. The forest was empty. Just trees. Just silence. And then, like a miracle, I saw it. A break in the trees. A glimpse of open sky. I dragged myself toward it, crawling now, my ankle screaming with every movement. The trees thinned. The ground leveled out. And then suddenly I was out. Not on Pine Ridge Trail, but on a road. A real paved road. I didn't care where it led. I just followed it, limping, until I saw a car in the distance. I waved my arms, shouted. The driver stopped, took one look at me, bleeding, wild-eyed, and helped me in. I didn't tell them what happened. They wouldn't have believed me anyway. Later, when I was safe, when my ankle was wrapped and I was sipping hot coffee in a diner, I looked at a map. Pine Ridge Trail was a loop. There were no forks, and the nearest road was 10 miles from where that driver found me. I never went back to those woods. Some paths aren't meant to be taken twice. The sun was just starting to rise when I parked my car at the trailhead. The air was crisp, the kind of cold that bites at your fingers and makes your breath fog up in front of you. I zipped up my jacket, adjusted my backpack, and took one last look at the empty parking lot before stepping onto the dirt path. I'd hiked this trail before, Black Ridge Trail, a 12-mile loop through dense forest and rocky outcrops. It wasn't the hardest hike, but it was isolated. Most people didn't come out here unless they wanted to be alone. That's exactly why I picked it. The first few miles were easy. The ground was soft under my boots, the trees thick enough to block most of the wind. Birds chirped somewhere high above, and the occasional squirrel darted across the path. Normal stuff, nothing to worry about. But then things started to feel off. It was small at first, a broken branch that hadn't been there last time. Footprints in the mud that didn't match mine. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe another hiker had come through earlier. But the deeper I went, the more wrong it felt. The forest got quieter. No birds, no squirrels, just the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of leaves under my boots. Then I saw it. A pile of rocks stacked in the middle of the trail. Not natural. Someone had put them there. 3 small stones balanced on top of each other, like a marker. My stomach tightened. I'd heard stories about hikers leaving signs for each other, warnings. But this didn't feel like a warning. It felt like a trap. I stepped around it and kept walking, faster now. The trees closed in around me, their branches twisting like fingers. My heart pounded in my chest. Every shadow looked like movement. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. Then I heard it, a snap. Behind me, I spun around, but there was nothing there, just the empty trail. I told myself it was an animal, a deer, a rabbit, anything but what my brain was screaming at me, that I wasn't alone. I picked up my pace, nearly jogging now. The trail curved uphill and my legs burned, but I didn't stop. Couldn't. The air felt heavier, like something was pressing down on me. Then I saw the second marker, another pile of rocks. But this time there was something else. A piece of fabric tied around the top stone. Red, like blood. My hands shook. This wasn't just some hiker's trail sign. This was deliberate. Someone was marking my path. I ran. Branches whipped at my arms. My lungs screamed for air. I didn't care. I just needed to get out. The trail split ahead, one path leading back to the parking lot, the other deeper into the woods. I took the left fork, the one that should have led me to safety. But then I skidded to a stop. The trail was blocked. Fallen trees, piled high like a barricade, and on top of them another stack of rocks. No, 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 no. I turned to run back, but a shadow moved between the trees. A figure, tall, watching me. I didn't wait to see who it was. I crashed through the underbrush off the trail into the thick woods. Thorns ripped at my clothes. My ankle twisted on a root, but I forced myself forward. I didn't stop until I saw the road. A thin strip of asphalt through the trees. A car passed by, and I stumbled onto the shoulder, waving my arms like a madman. The car screeched to a stop. A man rolled down his window, eyes wide. "You okay?" I looked back at the woods. The trees stood still, silent. No one was there, but I knew someone had been. I got in the car and didn't look back. I never went hiking alone again. I'd hiked this trail a dozen times before, but never this late. The park closed at dusk, and the rangers would be making their rounds soon. But I figured I had just enough time to cut through the old logging path and make it back to my car before dark. The main trail looped wide, adding an extra hour to the hike, and I wasn't in the mood for that. I just wanted to get home. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. The trees here were tall, their branches weaving together overhead, blocking out most of the fading light. My boots crunched over dry leaves and snapped twigs as I stepped off the main trail and onto the narrow, overgrown path. It wasn't marked, but I knew it was there. A faint line where the underbrush had been trampled down by hunters or maybe other hikers who, like me, didn't want to take the long way. At first, everything felt normal. The woods were quiet except for the occasional rustle of something small moving through the bushes. A squirrel, maybe, or a bird. The path was uneven, roots twisting up through the dirt, but I kept a steady pace, checking my watch every few minutes. I had about 40 minutes of daylight left. Plenty of time. Then the path started to change. It wasn't sudden. At first, I just noticed that the trees seemed thicker, the spaces between them narrower. The ground sloped downward, steeper than I remembered. I paused, wiping sweat from my forehead, and looked back the way I'd come. The path was still there, but it looked different, less defined, like it was fading behind me. I shook it off. Trails always looked different when you were walking the opposite direction. I kept going. The air grew colder, not just the coolness of evening settling in, but a deeper chill, like the kind that seeps into your bones. My breath came out in faint clouds. I zipped up my jacket and kept moving, but now my steps were slower, more careful. The path was disappearing under layers of dead leaves, and more than once, I had to push aside low-hanging branches to keep going. Then I saw the first marker. It was a strip of faded orange plastic tied around a tree trunk, the kind hunters used to mark their way. I hadn't noticed it before. I stopped, staring at it. Had this always been here? I didn't remember seeing it on previous hikes. Maybe someone else had come through recently. I kept walking. The markers started appearing more frequently. Orange strips, then red ones, then a few with no color at all, just frayed rope or torn fabric. None of them looked new. Some were so old they were barely holding together. That's when I realized I hadn't heard any animals for a while. No birds, no squirrels, not even insects. The woods were completely silent. My pulse picked up. I told myself I was being paranoid. Woods got quiet sometimes. It didn't mean anything. But then I saw the shoe. It was just lying there, off to the side of the path. A single hiking boot, caked in mud, the laces undone. It looked like it had been there for a long time. I stared at it, my stomach tightening. People didn't just lose one shoe. Not like this. I forced myself to keep moving. The trees were pressing in now, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching down. The path was barely a path anymore, just a faint indentation in the earth. My watch said it had been an hour since I left the main trail. That wasn't possible. The shortcut should have only taken 20 minutes. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. I turned around, deciding to backtrack. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn without realizing it. But after a few minutes of walking, I couldn't find the markers anymore. The trees all looked the same. The ground was uneven, sloping in ways I didn't remember. Panic started creeping in. I picked up my pace, my breath coming faster. The woods didn't look familiar anymore. The shadows were deeper, stretching long across the ground. The air smelled different, musty, like wet rot. Then I heard it. A sound. Not an animal. Not the wind. Footsteps. They were soft, barely there, but unmistakable. Someone or something was walking behind me. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see. I walked faster. The footsteps matched my pace. My heart was pounding now, my hands clammy. I gripped my hiking pole tighter, my mind racing. Was it an animal? Person? Why weren't they saying anything? The footsteps sped up. I ran. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, no longer caring about the path. My lungs burned. My legs ached. But I didn't stop. Then light. A break in the trees. I sprinted toward it, bursting out into a small clearing. My car was there. The parking lot. The main trailhead. I didn't understand. Shouldn't have been here. I was miles away from where I'd started. But I didn't care. I fumbled for my keys, hands shaking, and yanked the car door open. I didn't look back as I slammed it shut and turned the ignition. The engine roared to life. I peeled out of the lot, gravel spraying behind me. Only when I was on the main road did I finally glance in the rearview mirror. The woods were dark, silent, and for just a second, I thought I saw something standing at the tree line. Then it was gone. I never went back to that trail. But sometimes, when I'm driving past the woods at night, I lock my doors, just in case. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth as I stepped onto the trailhead, my boots sinking slightly into the soft mud. The forest stretched out before me, an endless sea of towering trees, their branches swaying gently in the wind. I had done this hike a dozen times before, knew every twist, every rock, every dip in the path. But today felt different. Maybe it was the way the sunlight barely pierced through the thick canopy, leaving the trail in a dim greenish haze. Or maybe it was the silence. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the steady crunch of my own footsteps. I adjusted my backpack, feeling the weight of my water bottle and the small first aid kit I always carried, just in case. The trail was easy at first, winding gently uphill, the dirt packed firm beneath my feet. But as I climbed higher, the path narrowed, the trees pressing in closer. The air grew colder, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you shiver even when you're moving. I checked my watch. It had been 2 hours since I started, which meant I should have reached the first lookout by now. But the trees didn't thin out like they usually did. No clearing, no view of the valley below, just more forest, more shadows. I slowed, frowning, and pulled out my map. The ink was smudged from the damp air, but I could still make out the trail markers. I was on the right path. At least I thought I was. The further I walked, the more the trail seemed to change. Fallen branches littered the ground where there had been none before. The rocks were slick with moss, making each step treacherous. My breath came faster now, not just from exertion but from something else. A creeping unease that settled in the back of my mind. I told myself I was being stupid. I knew these woods. Nothing was wrong. Then I saw the footprints. They were fresh, pressed deep into the mud, heading in the same direction I was. Too big to be mine. Too deep to be from a casual hiker. My stomach tightened. I wasn't alone out here. I stopped, listening. The forest was still too quiet. No birds, no animals. Just the wind whispering through the branches. I forced myself to keep moving, but my pace was slower now, more cautious. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves made my pulse jump. Then I heard it, a low, rhythmic sound. Footsteps, not mine. I spun around, scanning the trees. Nothing, just shadows and leaves. But the sound came again, closer this time. Someone or something was following me. I didn't wait to find out who. I broke into a run, my boots slipping on the wet ground, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Branches whipped at my arms, my face. I didn't care. I just ran. The trail twisted, turned, but no matter how fast I moved, The footsteps kept pace. Always just behind me, never close enough to see, never far enough to lose. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I couldn't stop. Then suddenly the trees opened up. The lookout. I stumbled onto the flat rock, my knees nearly giving out beneath me. The valley spread out below, bathed in golden evening light. Safe. I turned, expecting to see whoever had been following me emerge from the trees. But there was nothing, no one, just the empty trail and the fading echo of my own panic. I sat there for a long time, catching my breath, trying to make sense of what had happened. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the forest had played tricks on me. Or maybe someone had been out there watching, waiting. I didn't wait to find out. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I stood, my legs still shaky, and started the long hike back down. This time I didn't stop, didn't look back, and I never went into those woods alone again. The sun was high, but the trees swallowed most of its light. I had been hiking for hours, following a trail that was supposed to loop back to the parking lot. But the markers had faded, and the path had split too many times. Now I wasn't sure where I was. My boots crunched over dry leaves, the sound too loud in the quiet forest. Birds had stopped singing a while ago. The air was thick, damp, like rain was coming, but the sky was still clear through the gaps in the branches. I checked my phone again, no signal. The map I downloaded was useless without GPS. I kept walking, telling myself I'd find the trail again if I just kept moving forward. But the ground was getting steeper, the trees thicker. The path wasn't a path anymore, just uneven earth covered in roots and rocks. My legs burned, my shirt stuck to my back with sweat. I stopped to drink from my bottle, but the water was warm, almost gone. That's when I heard it, a snap, not like a branch breaking underfoot, something sharper, deliberate. I turned, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. Maybe an animal, a deer, a squirrel, but the forest was too quiet. No rustling, no birds, just my own breathing. I kept walking faster now. The ground sloped down into a narrow gully, the dirt loose under my feet. I half slid, catching myself on a tree trunk. My palms scraped against the bark, stinging. I wiped it on my pants and kept going. Then I saw it, a shoe, just one, lying on its side near a rotting log. Old, covered in dirt, the laces frayed. Not mine. Not something a hiker would just leave behind. My stomach twisted. I stepped closer, nudging it with my boot. Something white poked out from inside. A sock, still wrapped around what was left of a foot. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. The bones were clean, picked bare by animals. But the shoe wasn't ancient. The fabric wasn't rotted through. This hadn't been here for years. I turned, ready to run, and that's when I saw the rest. A jacket, torn and stained, caught on a thorn bush. Farther ahead, a backpack the straps chewed through. And beyond that, a shape in the leaves. Person, or what was left of one. The body was face down, arms stretched out like they'd been crawling. The clothes were torn, the skin underneath sun-bleached and gnawed at the edges. The hair was still there, tangled with twigs and dirt. Not a skeleton. Not yet. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. I backed away, my boots slipping in the damp earth. This wasn't an accident. No one just fell and died here. The way the body was positioned, they'd been moving, trying to get away from something. Or someone. A twig snapped behind me. I didn't turn. I ran. Branches whipped at my arms, my face. I didn't follow a path. There wasn't one. I just ran downhill, hoping it would lead me to water, to a road, to anything. My lungs burned. My legs ached. But I didn't stop. Then the ground disappeared under me. I fell, tumbling down a steep slope, rocks and roots slamming into my ribs, my back. I hit the bottom hard. The air knocked out of me. I gasped, rolling onto my side, my vision blurry. When it cleared, I saw it. A dirt road, narrow, overgrown, but a road. I dragged myself up, limping toward it. My knees were scraped, my hands bleeding. But I didn't care. A road meant people, cars, help. I followed it, my steps uneven. The trees thinned, the sky opening up ahead. Then tires, the crunch of gravel. A truck, an old, beat-up pickup, idling in the middle of the road. The driver's door was open, no one inside. I hesitated. Something was wrong. The engine was running, but there was no sound, no radio, no voices, just the low hum of the motor. Then I saw the blood, a dark smear on the driver's seat, dripping down to the floor, fresh. I backed away, my pulse pounding in my ears. The woods were silent, too silent. I turned and ran again, this time along the road, my legs screaming in protest. I didn't look back. Then headlights, a real car coming toward me. I waved my arms, shouting, my voice raw. The car slowed, stopped. A man rolled down the window, frowning. "You okay?" I didn't answer. I just turned, pointing back the way I'd come. But the road was empty. No truck, no blood, just trees and dirt. The man followed my gaze, then looked back at me, his expression shifting from concern to something else. Suspicion, fear. "You shouldn't be out here," he said quietly. "Not alone." I didn't argue. I got in the car. As we drove away, I watched the trees through the window, half expecting to see something. Someone watching back, but there was nothing, just the forest, and whatever was still hiding inside it. The morning had been perfect. Cool air, the smell of pine, the kind of quiet that only exists deep in the woods. I'd hiked this area before, or at least I thought I had. The maps on my phone showed a loop trail, 6 miles total, nothing too wild. But somewhere between the 3rd and 4th mile, the path just disappeared. First, I thought I'd missed a marker. I backtracked, scanning the trees for the familiar yellow blazes painted on the bark. Nothing. The underbrush grew thicker, branches clawing at my arms as I pushed forward. My boots sank into damp earth, the kind that hadn't seen sunlight in weeks. The air smelled different here, mossy, rotting, like something had died nearby. I pulled out my phone. No signal. The GPS spun uselessly, placing me somewhere in the middle of a blank green void. I checked my watch. It had been 2 hours since I'd last seen another person. I told myself to stay calm. People got lost all the time. All I had to do was retrace my steps. But the deeper I went, the less familiar everything looked. The trees twisted into strange shapes, their roots knotted like fingers digging into the dirt. The sunlight barely pierced the canopy, leaving the forest floor in a dim, sickly glow. Then I heard it, a snap, not the kind a deer makes or even a bear. This was deliberate, slow, something moving just out of sight. I froze. My breath came too fast, too loud. I forced myself to turn, scanning the trees. Nothing, just shadows and leaves. I kept walking, faster now. My heart hammered against my ribs. Another sound, this time a low scrape, like something dragging over bark. I didn't look back, couldn't. The ground sloped downward, turning slick with wet leaves. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, my knee slamming into rock. Pain shot up my leg, but I scrambled up, ignoring it. That's when I saw the shoe, just one. A hiking boot, caked in mud, laces still tied. Too small to be a man's. My stomach dropped. Someone else had been here, someone who hadn't made it out. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't listen. My hands shook as I grabbed a fallen branch, holding it like a weapon. The woods were too quiet. No birds, no wind, just that awful, creeping feeling of being watched. Then movement. A figure stood between the trees. Not an animal. Person. Tall, thin, face hidden in shadow. They didn't move, didn't speak, just stared. I ran. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tearing through my clothes. I didn't care. I didn't stop. My lungs burned. My knee screamed, but I kept going, crashing through the underbrush like something was right behind me. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, hours. The trees finally thinned, and I burst into a clearing, a road, an actual paved road. A truck roared past, so close I felt the wind of it. I collapsed onto the gravel, gasping. The driver didn't stop, didn't even slow down. I looked back at the woods, empty, silent, but I knew something had been in there with me, and it let me go. The ending. The police didn't believe me. They searched the area, found the shoe, even brought dogs. But the dogs wouldn't go far into the woods, just whined and backed up, like they caught a scent they didn't like. They told me it was probably an animal, a bear, coyote, maybe even another hiker who got spooked and ran. But I know what I saw. I moved cities after that, got an apartment where I can see the street from my window, where there's always noise, always people. I don't hike anymore. Sometimes, though, when I'm lying in bed, I think about that forest, about how easy it would be for someone to disappear there, and how lucky I was that I didn't. It was early in the morning when I left my apartment, a crispness in the air that hinted at fall. The forecast had promised clear skies, which was perfect for the hike I had planned. I had been dreaming about this for weeks. A solo trek through a nearby national forest, a way to clear my mind and reconnect with the outdoors. The solitude had its appeal, a chance to step away from everything: work, the constant buzz of the city, and the noise that seemed to suffocate my thoughts. I needed this time, this space, to just be. I packed my bag with the essentials: a water bottle, some snacks, a first aid kit, a map, and a small flashlight. I didn't want to overpack, but I knew it was better to be prepared for anything. As I loaded everything into my car, I noticed how peaceful the morning felt. Too quiet in a way. It was as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for something. I shook the thought off and got in, starting the engine. The road to the trailhead was about an hour away, winding through a series of small towns, and as I drove, I felt the world around me growing more remote. Trees began to crowd the road, their branches reaching overhead like hands trying to touch each other. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was fully up, and there was a slight warmth in the air, though it wasn't oppressive. The parking lot was nearly empty, save for a few cars scattered here and there, which was exactly what I wanted. A trail sign stood at the edge of the lot, pointing the way toward the hiking path. I grabbed my gear and set out, the sounds of the forest surrounding me almost immediately, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the occasional bird call, the distant sound of a stream. The path was well marked, a gentle incline that was supposed to take about 3 hours to reach the summit. I knew the hike would be long, but I was in no rush. I was used to walking, having done several-day hikes over the years, but this was different. The forest felt quieter than usual. The deeper I went into the trees, the more the world seemed to disappear. The sounds of civilization faded until they were gone entirely, replaced by the steady crunch of my boots on the dirt trail. At first, I enjoyed the solitude. The air smelled clean and fresh, the scent of pine and earth filling my lungs. My steps were steady, my breathing calm. The trail twisted and turned, sometimes veering toward a stream, the water rushing over rocks, sometimes dipping into thick groves of trees. There were patches of sunlight that filtered through the canopy, creating dappled spots on the ground. It was beautiful, in a way that made me feel small, insignificant against the vastness of the forest. But the more I walked, the more I felt a subtle shift, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't anything tangible, no sound, no movement, but the sense of being watched crept in slowly, as if something were just out of sight, waiting. I stopped for a moment, setting down my pack and taking a drink from my water bottle. The forest was still, almost unnervingly so. The wind had died down, and the birds seemed to have stopped calling. There was only the faint sound of my breath and the trickle of water nearby. I told myself it was nothing, that it was just the isolation getting to me. This wasn't my first time hiking alone. I had done it many times before without incident, but this time felt different. The trail began to narrow, and I noticed the trees growing taller, their trunks thicker. I felt small, even though I was a grown adult capable of handling most situations. Still, something in the back of my mind warned me to stay alert. It wasn't a fear I could pinpoint, but it was enough to make me look over my shoulder every now and then, just to reassure myself that nothing was there. As I walked deeper into the woods, the sun seemed to fade, the trees forming a canopy that blocked out the light. The air grew cooler, and I pulled my jacket a little tighter around me. I kept my pace steady, not wanting to let my mind wander too much, but it was hard to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I rounded a bend in the trail and noticed something odd. An old wooden signpost, partially buried by dirt and overgrown with moss. The name of the trail had been worn away by time, and the letters were barely legible. My curiosity got the best of me, and I stepped off the main path to get a closer look. As I crouched down to inspect the sign, I heard something, a twig snapping, not far off in the distance. I froze, my heart leaping in my chest. My breath caught in my throat, and I strained my ears, trying to listen for anything that might explain the noise. But the forest was silent again, the kind of silence that felt too heavy. I stood up slowly, scanning the area around me. There was nothing, just trees, rocks, and the occasional rustle of leaves. My eyes darted back to the sign, but something about it seemed wrong. The moss growing over it made it seem as though it had been forgotten, left to decay for years. But why would a trail sign be left like this, deep in the forest? The thought nagged at me, but I quickly shook it off. I didn't come all this way to start second-guessing myself. I returned to the trail, but the unease lingered, hanging in the air like a cloud. The path twisted once more, and as I walked, I noticed the forest seemed to close in on me. The trees were denser now, their trunks close enough that I could touch them if I reached out. The sunlight barely made it through the canopy, and the temperature seemed to drop further, making me shiver despite the jacket. As I rounded another corner, the path suddenly seemed to widen, and I found myself standing in a small clearing. It was almost too perfect, a patch of green grass surrounded by towering trees, the ground soft and welcoming. I set my pack down, thinking I might take a short rest. I could hear the faint sound of wind moving through the trees, but there was something else too, something strange. It was a subtle sound, at first like a faint scraping or dragging noise. My mind tried to rationalize it, perhaps an animal or the wind moving branches around. But there was something about the sound that didn't sit right. I stood up, my heart racing again. The noise grew louder, closer, until it was unmistakable. Someone, or something, was moving in the forest around me. The sound wasn't random, like it should have been with the wind. It was deliberate, methodical. I grabbed my pack, heart pounding, and started walking briskly. I told myself that I was just overreacting, that it was probably another hiker or an animal. But as I walked, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Every step I took felt as though it was being observed, tracked. I quickened my pace, the hairs on my neck standing on end, every instinct telling me to move faster. It wasn't until I reached a narrow part of the trail that I realized I had no idea where I was. The map I had been following didn't seem to match the terrain around me anymore. The path had twisted in ways that weren't marked, and the trees were now so close together that it was hard to see more than a few feet ahead. My pulse quickened, and I stopped, trying to steady my breath. This wasn't right. I should have been further along the trail by now. I should have been closer to the summit. I checked my map again, but the confusion only deepened. My sense of direction was usually solid, but now, I didn't know which way was back. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I couldn't shake the sense that something was following me. I stood there, frozen, my mind racing. The path was narrowing, the trees pressing in from all sides. I had to make a decision. Should I keep going, or should I turn around and try to retrace my steps? The noise behind me, a crunch of leaves, sent a chill through my spine. It wasn't the wind. It was too deliberate, too close. My decision was made for me. I started walking quickly again, my eyes darting from side to side, trying to spot anything out of place. I didn't stop until I came across another clearing, this one much larger than the first. As I stepped into the open space, I saw something that nearly made my heart stop. A trail of broken branches, the ground disturbed as though something large had passed through recently. The area felt wrong, too wrong to ignore. I scanned the edge of the clearing, expecting something to appear at any moment. And then, in the far distance, I saw movement. Dark figures moving between the trees, slow, steady, deliberate. I couldn't make out what they were, but I didn't have to. The sight of them was enough to send panic surging through me. I turned and ran. Every breath felt like it was being ripped from my chest as I sprinted down the path, not daring to look back. I had no idea if they were following me, but the terror was enough to make me push myself harder, faster. The forest seemed to blur around me, and I couldn't remember how long I had been running. The sound of my heart pounding in my ears drowned out everything else. My legs burned, and my chest ached, but I didn't dare stop. The trail began to open up, and I pushed forward, desperate to see any sign of the parking lot of civilization. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I broke through the trees and saw the parking lot in the distance, the cars parked where I had left them. The fear I had always loved hiking. Something about the stillness of the forest, the soft rustle of leaves in the wind, the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. It made me feel alive, like I was part of something bigger. So when I decided to take a solo trip into the woods, it wasn't for a challenge, it wasn't to push myself. It was just to get away, to reconnect with nature and reset my mind. I picked a trail I had researched online. It wasn't too difficult, and the scenery looked incredible in the photos. I packed my gear, made sure I had enough water, food, and a map. The idea was simple. A couple of days in the wilderness, a little peace and quiet, and then back home. The trailhead was quiet, the only sound being the crunch of gravel beneath my boots as I adjusted my backpack. I double-checked my watch, confirming that it was about 9 a.m. The sun was already high in the sky, and the weather was perfect, cool but not cold. A light breeze carrying the smell of pine and fresh earth. There were a few other cars parked at the trailhead, but no one was around. I figured they had all started early. I set off, my boots hitting the dirt trail, the sounds of the world around me muffled by the thick trees lining the path. The first part of the hike was relatively easy, a gentle climb that was more of a warm-up than anything else. I stopped a couple of times to take in the view, feeling the sense of solitude seep in, the world beyond the forest fading into the distance. I felt at peace, calm. As I continued deeper into the woods, the trail became less defined. It started to wind and twist, the trees growing thicker and taller, blocking out more sunlight. The air was cooler now, the shade from the canopy creating a stark contrast to the warmth of the open areas earlier. There were no signs of people around. The solitude was complete. I could hear birds occasionally, but their calls felt distant, like they belonged to another world. Hours passed, and the trail kept getting narrower. I came across a small creek, the water crystal clear as it tumbled over rocks. I paused, crouching to drink from it, filling my bottle. I hadn't seen anyone for a while, and the silence felt almost oppressive, like the forest was holding its breath. But I shook it off. It was just the natural quiet of the wilderness. The sun started dipping lower, and I knew I'd need to make camp soon. I found a small clearing and decided it would be a good place to set up. The ground was soft, not too rocky, and the trees around the clearing formed a perfect natural barrier. I set up my tent quickly, used the little stove to cook some freeze-dried food, and settled in for the night. The fire crackled, casting a warm glow as I ate, the wind whistling through the trees. As night settled in, the forest felt different. The sounds of the day had faded, replaced by the more subtle noises of the nighttime woods. Small animals scurrying in the underbrush, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the steady whisper of the wind. The fire wasn't enough to push back the darkness completely, but I didn't mind. I felt secure in my little camp, the tent protecting me from whatever might lurk in the woods beyond. But as the night wore on, I began to feel uneasy. It was hard to describe, but there was something about the stillness that didn't sit right with me. I kept hearing noises, twigs snapping in the distance, something shifting in the trees, but when I would look, I saw nothing. I kept my mind busy, focusing on small tasks, checking my gear, reading a book to distract myself. But the feeling didn't go away. The night grew colder, and I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me, trying to settle into sleep. But sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle in the leaves outside my tent made my heart race, my mind conjuring all sorts of scenarios. A bear? A cougar? Or something else, something human? Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted into a restless sleep. The hours passed in a blur of half-dreams, the occasional crackle from the fire the only thing anchoring me to reality. I woke up abruptly, though I wasn't sure why. My watch showed it was around 3 a.m., and I felt disoriented. The forest was quiet, too quiet. The wind had stopped completely, and the usual nocturnal sounds were absent. I lay there, listening, my breath shallow. Nothing. Then, just as I was about to dismiss the feeling, I heard it. A faint sound, like a low grunt, coming from the woods beyond my camp. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. It wasn't an animal sound. It didn't fit with any of the wildlife noises I had learned to recognize. I held my breath, straining to hear again, but the sound didn't come back. The forest remained still, but the unsettling feeling that had been nagging at me all day came rushing back. I decided to get out of the tent, just to make sure everything was okay. Grabbing my flashlight, I unzipped the door as quietly as I could, trying not to disturb the camp. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees around me. Nothing seemed out of place, but that didn't ease the tension in my chest. I scanned the area around me, then slowly turned the beam towards the trail that led further into the woods. There, on the edge of the light, I saw something. It was barely noticeable at first, a shadow that didn't quite fit with the surroundings. A dark shape, not large, but moving. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly turned the flashlight off, plunging myself back into darkness. I waited, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I didn't know what I had seen. It was gone now, if it had ever been there at all. I was about to convince myself it was just my imagination, when I heard it again, a rustling from the trees. This time it was closer, much closer. Panic gripped me. I needed to stay calm, but all I could think about was getting out of there. I grabbed my pack, shoved my gear inside without thinking, and zipped up the tent. My mind was racing as I tried to come up with a plan. Should I pack up and leave? Should I stay and wait for daylight? I felt trapped in the middle of the forest, miles from the nearest town, with no real idea of what was happening. The sound came again, closer this time, like footsteps crunching in the underbrush. My chest tightened. I knew that I had to leave, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I was paralyzed by fear. For a long time, I just sat there in the dark, staring at the entry to my tent, listening to the unsettling silence. But then I heard something that made my heart drop, the unmistakable sound of something tapping on the outside of the tent. Couldn't breathe. My mind was screaming at me to do something, anything, but I couldn't move. I didn't know who or what was out there, but it wasn't something I wanted to find out. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate, and then it stopped. I lay there, straining to hear, but the forest was still again. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening, but nothing added up. There were no other hikers on the trail, no one around for miles. My hand slowly reached for the zipper of the tent, but I hesitated, unsure of what I might find. Could I risk stepping outside? Minutes felt like hours, but eventually, the quiet became too much. I had to know. I had to check. With my heart pounding in my chest, I grabbed my flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent, peering outside. Nothing. The trail in front of me was empty. The only signs of life, the rustling of the leaves in the wind. No shadows, no figures lurking in the dark. I stood there for a long time, trying to convince myself that it had all been a product of my imagination, some leftover fear from the isolation of the forest. Eventually, I sat back down and started to pack up. I wasn't going to stay another night. No matter how much I had wanted to enjoy this trip, there was no way I could stay. I decided to hike out in the dark. It was risky, but it felt like my only option. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I didn't dare stop, didn't dare rest, even though exhaustion weighed heavily on me. I just kept moving, the sound of my footsteps the only thing breaking the silence. By the time I reached the trailhead again, the first light of dawn was breaking over the horizon. I was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and my mind was still racing with questions that had no answers. I looked around, but the place was still and peaceful, the morning light casting long shadows across the ground. No signs of what had happened. It was like everything had gone back to normal. I didn't stay long. I just walked to my car, got inside, and drove away. I never spoke about it to anyone. Maybe I was just imagining things. Maybe it was just a series of strange coincidences. But I still remember the tapping on the tent. I still remember the feeling of being watched. And I never went back to that trail. I had hiked this trail a dozen times before. Every turn, every rock, every gnarled root twisting out of the dirt was familiar. But today something was wrong. The air was thick, the kind of damp that clings to your skin. The trees stood too still, like they were holding their breath. I told myself it was just the weather, maybe a storm rolling in. But the sky was clear, a pale blue through the gaps in the leaves. I kept walking. The trail sloped upward, the dirt packed hard under my boots. My backpack weighed heavy on my shoulders, the straps digging in. I adjusted it, but the discomfort stayed. A nagging feeling, like I'd forgotten something. Then I saw it, a fork in the path. That wasn't supposed to be there. I stopped, staring. To the left, the usual trail winding up toward the ridge. To the right, a narrow, overgrown path I'd never seen before. Branches sagged over it, leaves brushing the ground like fingers. The dirt was darker there, almost black. I frowned. Maybe I just never noticed it. Maybe it was an animal trail, but it looked too deliberate, too much like a path meant for people. I hesitated. Then, stupidly, I stepped onto it. The air changed instantly, colder, heavier. The sounds of the forest, birds, rustling leaves, faded like someone had turned down the volume. My boots sank slightly into the soft earth, leaving deep prints. The trees here were different too. Thicker trunks, bark peeling in long strips. Moss clung to them in patches, a sickly green. I walked deeper. The path twisted, turning sharply where it shouldn't have. The ridge was to the west. I knew that, but now the sun was in my eyes, low and orange. It should have been behind me. My pulse picked up. I turned around. The path behind me was gone. Not overgrown. Not hidden. Just gone. In its place was a wall of trees, packed so tight I couldn't see through them. My breath came faster. I reached out, pushing at the branches. They didn't move. It was like they'd grown there for years. I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn. Maybe if I kept going, I'd loop back. I walked and walked. The sun dipped lower. Shadows stretched long across the ground, twisting into shapes that made my skin prickle. My water was running low. My legs ached. I checked my phone, no signal, of course. The battery was at 20%. Then I heard it, a sound. Not an animal, not the wind. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, keeping pace with me, just out of sight. I stopped. They stopped. I turned my head, scanning the trees. Nothing moved, but I felt it, something watching, something close. I started walking faster. The footsteps matched me, not running, not rushing, just following. The path ended at a clearing. In the center was a cabin, old, the wood gray and splintered. The windows were black, like they'd been painted over. The door hung slightly open. I didn't want to go inside, but the footsteps were closer now. I could hear breathing, low, uneven. I ran for the cabin. The door creaked as I shoved it open. The inside smelled like damp and rot. The floorboards groaned under my weight. I turned, slamming the door shut, and saw it. A man, tall, too thin. His clothes hung off him, stained and torn. His face was gaunt, eyes sunk deep into his skull. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me at the far wall. I followed his gaze. Polaroids, dozens of them pinned to the wood. Hikers, men and women, some smiling, some confused, all with the same background, this cabin. The man took a step forward. I didn't wait. I bolted for the back of the cabin, crashing through a rotted-out wall. Branches scraped my arms as I ran. I didn't look back. The forest thinned. The ground sloped down. And then, the trail. The real one. The one I knew. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The trees stood still. But for a second, just a second, I thought I saw a figure. Watching. Waiting. The sun was already low when I started on my hike. The trailhead was quiet, as usual. I liked it like that. It was the kind of peace you could only get from being out here, far from the noise and clutter of the city. The air smelled fresh, earthy, with just a hint of pine. The woods were dense, the trees towering high overhead, their branches swaying gently in the wind. The path in front of me was narrow and wound through the forest, with the occasional rock jutting up from the earth and the sound of distant birdsong breaking the silence. I didn't know why I liked hiking so much. Maybe it was the solitude, or maybe it was the challenge. I didn't need to prove anything to anyone, but pushing myself to the limits of endurance gave me something I couldn't quite put into words. It was just me, the trail, and the woods. I had come to this trail many times before. It wasn't a popular spot, so it wasn't unusual for me to hike alone. There were no rangers posted along this route, no signs of any sort. It felt like I had the entire forest to myself. That was another reason I liked it so much. There was something primal about it, something untamed. The kind of wilderness that reminded you of how small you really were in the grand scheme of things. As I made my way up the path, I noticed that the usual sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, seemed to fade. It wasn't quite silent, but the noise around me felt distant, muffled. I chalked it up to the dense canopy overhead, blocking out much of the noise from the outside world. The hike wasn't particularly difficult, but it wasn't easy either. The path was rough, uneven in spots, with patches of loose gravel and steep inclines. As I ascended, I felt the burn in my legs. The air was thinning too, the higher I got, and I took a moment to adjust my backpack and take a drink of water. The sound of my breathing was the only thing I could hear now, along with the occasional scrape of my boots against the gravel. It was starting to get dark. The sun was dipping lower behind the mountain ridge, casting long shadows across the trail. I had planned to be back down before sunset, but now that I was here, I didn't feel like turning around just yet. There was something about this place, something that kept pulling me further into the woods. I didn't know how long I had been hiking, but when I checked my watch, I realized it was later than I had expected. The decision to continue or turn back was becoming more difficult, but I told myself I was fine. I wasn't in a rush. I had the time, and the weather was still holding up. The only thing bothering me was the odd quietness of the forest around me. It felt off, like something was just a little wrong, but I shrugged it off as I usually did. It was just my mind playing tricks on me, I thought. I had hiked these trails so many times before, and nothing had ever happened. Why should today be any different? The further I went, the more the trail seemed to narrow. The trees began to crowd closer together, and the canopy overhead thickened, turning the forest into an almost perpetual twilight. It was difficult to tell if I was getting closer to the summit or if I had wandered off the main trail. The path was growing faint, barely visible now under the layer of leaves and twigs that had accumulated. That's when I noticed something odd. The air felt heavier, almost as if I were walking through a fog that I couldn't see. I paused to listen, but there was nothing. No wind, no birds, not even the sound of insects. It was unnervingly quiet. I glanced around, a little uneasy. There was no reason to panic. I had seen the occasional bear or deer, but nothing to be afraid of. I continued on, but I began to feel a growing sense of unease, a tightening in my chest, as if I were being watched. The feeling was subtle at first, just a faint prickling on the back of my neck, but it grew with each step I took. I kept looking around, half expecting to see someone or something in the woods, but the trees were empty. The silence was thick, suffocating even. The path was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. The ground was soft, uneven, and I had to step carefully, avoiding loose rocks and tangled roots. I stumbled once, but caught myself on a nearby tree. That's when I noticed something strange on the ground. At first, it was just a small trail of broken leaves and disturbed soil, but the further I followed it, the more pronounced it became. It wasn't a human trail. It didn't look like any animal trail I had ever seen either. The disturbance in the earth was too wide, too irregular. It almost looked like something had been dragged across the ground. My heart began to race. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that it was just the wind or maybe an animal dragging something through the forest. But the longer I stared at the marks, the more I realized something was off. The trail led off the path and deeper into the trees. A strange compulsion to follow it crept over me, and against my better judgment, I did. The trail twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the forest. My stomach was knotting with each step I took, but I couldn't stop myself. I had to know what had made those marks. I had to see where it led. The woods were darker now, the shadows of the trees making everything feel even more oppressive. The temperature seemed to drop too, and I shivered despite my efforts to ignore it. My breath came out in shallow bursts, visible in the cold air. I should have turned back by now, but the feeling of dread kept me moving forward, urging me deeper. Suddenly, I saw something. It wasn't much at first, just a faint shape through the trees, but as I got closer, the outline became clearer. It was a small clearing in the forest, and in the center of the clearing was a large, heavy-looking object. At first, I thought it was a fallen tree or maybe some kind of large rock, but as I stepped into the clearing, I saw what it really was. A large tarp lay spread across the ground. Beneath it, there was a dark, uneven shape. It took a moment for my mind to process what I was seeing, and when it did, my stomach lurched. The shape beneath the tarp was human. At least it had once been human. Now it was just a twisted, mangled mess of flesh and bone. The smell hit me next, something metallic and rancid, as if the body had been lying there for days, maybe longer. My knees buckled, and I had to grab onto a nearby tree to keep myself from falling. I was frozen, staring at the body, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I wanted to turn around and run. I should have, but something kept me rooted to the spot. I didn't know why. Maybe it was the sheer horror of the sight before me, or maybe it was the realization that someone had gone through the effort to drag this person out here and leave them to rot. My eyes kept flicking back to the body, but I couldn't look away. Every part of me screamed to leave, to get out of there, but my legs wouldn't move. Then I heard it, a rustling sound from behind me. I whipped around, my heart thundering in my chest. The woods were as still as ever, the trees casting their long shadows over the forest floor. I couldn't see anyone. I couldn't hear anything except the sound of my own panicked breathing. But I knew someone was there. I took a step back, my eyes scanning the trees, searching for any sign of movement. The silence was oppressive, the air thick with dread. It felt like time had slowed down, like I was stuck in some nightmare where I couldn't escape. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't listen. A twig snapped behind me. I turned again, more quickly this time, my pulse racing. There was still no sign of anyone, but that rustling, it was getting closer. Panic surged through me, and this time I didn't hesitate. I turned and bolted, not caring about the path, not caring about anything except getting out of that clearing and away from whatever or whoever was watching me. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, my legs burning from the effort, but I pushed harder. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached the trail again, the familiar path feeling like a lifeline. I kept running, my mind focused only on one thing: escape. Eventually, I slowed to a walk, breathless, my heart still pounding in my chest. The woods were quiet again, the eerie tension lifting as I neared the trailhead. My mind was reeling, but I couldn't afford to think about it just yet. I had to get back to my car, get out of there. When I finally reached the trailhead, I nearly collapsed in relief. My car was still parked where I had left it, the world outside the forest feeling like a distant dream. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. I didn't care if the sun had set or if the drive home would take me hours. I just needed to leave. As I pulled out of the parking lot and headed down the winding road, I glanced at the rearview mirror. There was nothing behind me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still out there, watching. And I knew, without a doubt, that I would never go back to those woods again. The hike had begun like any other. Early morning, the air crisp, the trail well marked. I'd done this route before, a loop through the state park that was supposed to take 6 hours. Enough time to clear my head, to feel the burn in my legs, to return home tired but satisfied. The first few miles were easy. The dirt path wound through tall pines, sunlight filtering through the branches in broken patches. Birds chirped, leaves rustled, the usual sounds of the woods. I checked my map at the first marker, a wooden post with a yellow blaze. Everything was where it should be. Then the trail started to slope downward, steeper than I remembered. The trees grew thicker, their trunks gnarled, roots twisting across the path like veins. I had to step carefully, my boots sinking into damp earth. The air smelled different here, mossy, wet, like something rotting under the surface. I checked my phone. No signal. Not unusual for these woods, but my gut tightened anyway. I pulled out my map again, unfolding it against my thigh. The trail was supposed to curve east toward a creek, but the ground ahead dropped sharply into a ravine I didn't recall. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn. I backtracked, scanning for the yellow blazes on the trees. The paint was faded, almost invisible in some spots. I found one, then another, but they led me deeper into the ravine, not back up. My breath came faster. The sun was high now, but the canopy was so thick it felt like dusk. Shadows stretched long and twisted. I stopped to listen. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my own breathing. Then I heard it, a snap like a branch breaking underfoot. Not close, but not far either. I turned, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. My skin prickled. Maybe a deer. Maybe. I kept walking faster now. The trail was disappearing, swallowed by underbrush. My boots splashed through shallow streams, the water dark and stagnant. I checked my watch. 3 hours in. I should have hit the halfway point by now, the open ridge with the view of the valley. Instead, there was just more forest, more shadows. Another sound. This time, a rustle. Something moving parallel to me, just out of sight. I stopped dead. My pulse hammered in my throat. Hello? No answer. Of course not. I was alone. I forced myself to keep moving. The ravine walls grew steeper, the path narrowing until I was squeezing between boulders slick with algae. My clothes were damp with sweat, my fingers trembling. I pulled out my compass. The needle spun lazily before settling. I was going west, the wrong direction. I turned, trying to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The trees all twisted the same way, the ground all sloped the same. Panic clawed at my ribs. I was lost, really lost. Then I saw the shoe. It was lying on its side, half buried in leaves. A hiking boot, scuffed and weathered. My stomach dropped. Someone else had been here. Someone else had gotten lost. I crouched, brushing away the leaves. The boot wasn't empty. I jerked back, my breath coming in sharp gasps. A foot was still inside, the bone visible where the flesh had rotted away. My vision blurred. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root. My head hit the ground, pain exploding behind my eyes. When I looked up, I saw the rest of him. A skeleton, mostly buried, one arm outstretched as if he'd been crawling. His jaw was open in a silent scream. His clothes were torn, his pack split open, supplies scattered. A rusted canteen, a broken knife. I scrambled to my feet, bile rising in my throat. He died here, slowly, alone. And now I was following the same path. I ran. Branches whipped at my arms, thorns tearing my skin. I didn't care. I had to get out. The ravine walls loomed higher, trapping me. The air was thick, suffocating. My lungs burned. Then light, a break in the trees. I crashed through the underbrush, bursting into a small clearing. A rocky outcrop, a drop below. I skidded to a stop at the edge, peering down. A river, fast-moving, cutting through the ravine. I could follow it downstream. Rivers led to roads, to people. I slid down the rocks, my boots splashing into the icy water. The current tugged at my legs, but I waded forward, clinging to the bank where I could. My muscles screamed, my hands raw from gripping rocks. Hours passed. The sun dipped lower. My legs were numb, my thoughts sluggish. But then a sound. Not the forest, not the river, a car. I dragged myself up the bank, collapsing onto a gravel road. My vision swam, but there it was, a pickup truck parked near a bridge. A man stood beside it, fishing gear in hand. He turned, his eyes widening when he saw me. I tried to speak, but my voice was gone. He ran toward me, shouting something I couldn't hear. Then everything went black. I woke up in a hospital. Fluorescent lights, white sheets. A doctor told me I'd been dehydrated, hypothermic. The fishermen had found me just in time. They asked me where I'd been. I told them. A search team went out. They found the ravine, the bones. A missing hiker from 2 years ago. His map had been wrong, just like mine. A misprint, sending people the wrong way. I still dream about it. The trees, the silence, the shoe. But I go hiking again. Not in that park. Never there. And I always triple-check my map. The sun was high, but the trees swallowed most of its light. I had been hiking for hours, following a trail that was supposed to loop back to the parking lot by dusk. My boots crunched over dry leaves, and the air smelled like pine and damp earth. I wasn't worried, not yet. The map on my phone showed the path clearly, and I had enough water to last. But then the trail started to thin. At first, I thought I just wandered too close to the edge. The dirt beneath my feet grew softer, less packed. The markers, little yellow squares nailed to trees, were still there, but they were farther apart now. I checked my phone again. No signal. The blue dot marking my location blinked uncertainly, hovering over a blank space where the trail should have been. I kept walking. The forest changed. The trees grew thicker, their branches twisting together like fingers. The air got colder, even though the sun hadn't dipped much. My breath came out in little clouds. I told myself it was just the shade. Then I heard it. A sound, not an animal, not the wind. Something heavy, moving slow, crunching leaves, but not in rhythm, like something dragging itself. I stopped, listened. Silence. I kept walking faster now. My heart pounded in my ears. The trail was gone, just gone. No more yellow markers. No more packed dirt. Just undergrowth and shadows. Then I saw it. A shape, slumped against a tree. First, I thought it was a person. My stomach lurched. Someone hurt? Lost like me? I took a step closer. No, not a person. Clothes, yes, but what was inside them wasn't right. The face was wrong, sunken, too long. The skin wasn't skin anymore. It was something else, something stretched and dry like old leather. The eyes were open, milky, staring at nothing. I stumbled back. My foot caught on a root and I fell hard. My hands sank into cold mud. The thing didn't move. It just sat there, propped against the tree like it had been there for years. I ran. Branches whipped at my arms. My lungs burned. I didn't look back. Couldn't. The forest blurred around me. I didn't know where I was going. Just away. Then light. A break in the trees. A road. Not the parking lot, but a narrow dirt road, the kind rangers use. I nearly sobbed. My legs shook as I staggered toward it. A truck rumbled in the distance. I waved my arms, screaming, though no sound came out. The truck slowed. A man leaned out, frowning. "You all right?" I couldn't speak, just nodded, clutching my chest. He eyed me, then the woods behind me. "Damn, son, you're lucky. That's black pine back there. People go missing in there all the time. I looked back. The trees stood silent, watching. I didn't tell him what I saw, didn't tell anyone. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see it again. That thing against the tree. And I wonder, how long had it been waiting there? And how many others are still out there, lost in the dark? The sun was high when I started my hike, the kind of bright, burning light that makes you squint even with sunglasses on. I had packed light, just a backpack with water, some protein bars, a first aid kit, and a map I'd picked up from the ranger station. The trail was supposed to be easy, a well-marked loop through the woods that would take about 4 hours. I'd done harder hikes before. This was just to clear my head. The first mile was exactly what I expected. The dirt path was wide, packed down by hundreds of boots before mine. Trees arched overhead, their leaves filtering the sunlight into shifting patches of gold on the ground. Birds chirped, the wind rustled branches, and the air smelled like pine and earth. Perfect. Then the trail started to narrow. At first, I didn't think much of it. Trails do that sometimes, widen and shrink depending on how many people walk them. But after another 20 minutes, the path was no longer a clear line. Fallen leaves covered the ground, making it hard to see where the trail actually was. I stopped, pulled out my map, and checked. According to the markings, I should have hit a small wooden bridge by now. There was no bridge. I told myself I must have taken a wrong turn. Maybe I'd zoned out and missed a marker. I turned around, walking back the way I came, scanning the trees for the familiar blue blazes painted on the trunks. But after 10 minutes of backtracking, I realized something was wrong. The trees didn't look the same. The slope of the ground was different. I should have been back to the wide part of the trail by now. My stomach tightened. I wasn't lost. Couldn't be. I was careful. I knew how to read a map. I kept walking, faster now, my boots crunching over twigs and dry leaves. The woods were getting thicker, the trees closer together. The sunlight didn't reach the ground here. It was cooler, darker. The air felt heavier. Then I saw it, a flash of movement between the trees. Just a flicker, something darting behind a trunk. I froze. My breath came quick and shallow. A deer, probably, or a raccoon, but it had looked too big for that. I forced myself to keep moving. My hands were clammy. I wiped them on my pants and gripped the straps of my backpack tighter. The woods were too quiet now. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my own footsteps and the blood rushing in my ears. Then I heard it. A branch snapped somewhere behind me. I didn't turn around. My body locked up, every muscle tense. Could have been an animal, could have been nothing, but the sound had been too deliberate, too close. I started walking again, faster. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. Another sound, this time to my left. A slow, dragging step, like something was keeping pace with me. I broke into a run. Branches whipped at my arms and face. My lungs burned. I didn't look back. Couldn't. The ground sloped downward suddenly, and my foot caught on a root. I crashed hard, rolling, my backpack twisting awkwardly beneath me. Pain shot through my side. I scrambled up, ignoring it, and kept running. Then the trees opened up. I stumbled into a clearing, gasping. My legs shook. Ahead, the trail was clear again, wide and unmistakable. The blue blazes were there, bright against the bark. I could have cried from relief. I didn't stop moving until I was back at the parking lot, my car sitting alone under the afternoon sun. I threw my backpack inside, slammed the door, and locked it. Only then did I let myself breathe. I never found out what was in those woods. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe it was something else. But I know this, I won't be hiking that trail again, and I'll never ignore a missing bridge again. The sun had just begun to dip behind the distant hills when I decided to take a solo hike through the forest. It wasn't my first time in the woods. In fact, I'd been hiking through these trails for years, always alone, always enjoying the solitude that nature provided. The world felt different when I was out there. Quiet, peaceful, disconnected from the pressures of life. The chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the scent of pine filled the air, providing a sense of calm and security that made me feel at home in the wilderness. It had been a long day of hiking, and the light was starting to fade. I'd reached the halfway point of my route, which was supposed to take me out to a clearing where I could catch a breathtaking view of the valley below. I'd seen the view plenty of times before, but each time, it felt like I was seeing it for the first time, a reminder of how small I was compared to the vastness of the world. There was no rush, no reason to hurry. The forest felt alive, and I liked the way it surrounded me, offering a feeling of safety. Or at least it used to. As I walked along the well-trodden path, my boots crunching against the gravel and fallen twigs, something felt different. The air was thick, heavier somehow, and the usual sounds of the forest seemed muffled. The birds, which had been so vocal earlier, were now eerily silent. The only sounds were the steady rhythm of my own footsteps and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. It wasn't like the usual breeze I was used to. It felt strange, almost like the forest was holding its breath. I paused for a moment, standing in the middle of the trail. The trees around me stood tall and imposing, their dark shadows stretching long in the dimming light. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was off. Maybe it was the weather, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me after a long day of hiking. I didn't know. I shrugged it off, figuring I was just being paranoid, and continued forward. The trail ahead seemed to narrow as the trees grew thicker. It wasn't the usual wide path I was used to. Instead, it had become a tight, winding corridor of brush and branches. I had hiked this way before, but it had always felt open and easy to navigate. Now, it felt like I was being funneled into a narrow, confining space. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my growing unease. I'd hiked alone for years without any issues. I wasn't a city dweller, afraid of nature. I was used to the woods, but this didn't feel like the woods I knew. The path seemed darker, the air thicker, as if the forest itself had changed somehow. And yet, there was no obvious reason for it. My feet dragged against the dirt as I walked forward. I checked my watch. The sun was setting fast, and the shadows were growing long. I'd hoped to make it to the clearing before nightfall, but now, with the thickening underbrush and the slow passage of time, I was beginning to wonder if I should turn back. Still, I pressed on. The thought of turning around seemed like a defeat. The view was so close, and I didn't want to miss it. I needed to see it just one more time. A few more steps forward, and I reached a fork in the trail. I could either go left, toward the usual route to the clearing, or right, where a less traveled path wound deeper into the forest. Normally, I would have gone left, as it was the path I knew, but something about the right side of the fork intrigued me. It was darker, more mysterious, and though I wasn't sure why, it seemed like the right decision in the moment. Maybe it was the feeling of wanting to explore, to find something new. Or maybe it was the pull of curiosity. Whatever the reason, I took the path to the right. The trail grew even more uneven as I ventured down it. The trees closed in around me, their dense canopies blocking out most of the fading sunlight. I had to use my hands at times to push branches out of the way, the underbrush thick with tangled vines and thorny bushes. The ground beneath me became less stable, the earth soft and spongy from the recent rainfall, making my every step a little more uncertain. I moved with purpose, but there was a growing sense of discomfort in my chest. The feeling wasn't just physical. There was something about the air that had changed. It wasn't just heavy, like before. It was now thick with a strange, oppressive silence. My senses were heightened, every crackle of a twig underfoot sounding far too loud in the stillness. I wasn't sure how much further I could go before it became completely dark. My headlamp was in my pack, but I hadn't planned on using it so soon. I glanced at my watch again, noting that I'd been on this path for nearly an hour now, and the sky was nearly pitch black. It was time to turn around. I knew it, but something kept me moving forward. The path narrowed again, and the trees seemed to grow even closer, almost as if they were reaching out to touch me. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't bring myself to turn back just yet. It was like an invisible force was pushing me to keep going, urging me deeper into the woods. and then I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind, a soft, distant whistling sound, but then it came again, this time louder. It wasn't the wind. It was something else, something I couldn't quite identify. The sound was rhythmic, almost like footsteps, but too soft, too deliberate. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind raced, trying to rationalize the sound. Could be an animal, right? It had to be. A deer or a raccoon, something like that. But the sound didn't stop. Came again, closer now, and I could feel it. Whatever it was moving toward me. I wanted to run, but my feet felt like they were stuck to the ground. I stood there in the dark, listening as the sound grew louder, closer, more distinct. There was no mistaking it now. It was definitely footsteps, slow, methodical, as if someone or something was deliberately moving closer to me. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but the noise was unmistakable. It wasn't animal. It was too deliberate, too human. Panic surged through me, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, my mind spinning in a million directions at once. My heart was thudding in my ears, and the cold sweat that ran down my back made the air feel even thicker. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. The forest fell silent once again. I didn't know what to do. Should I call out? Should I move? My instincts screamed at me to get out of there, but I couldn't find the strength to take a single step. I stood motionless in the dark, my breath shallow and quick, waiting for something, anything to happen. Minutes passed, or maybe it was longer. I had no sense of time anymore. I only knew one thing for certain. I wasn't alone in the woods. The sound came again, louder this time, closer, and then it stopped. I turned around, desperately scanning the darkness behind me, but there was nothing. Just the trees, the thick underbrush, the empty path. It felt like hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. My headlamp flicked on, its light cutting through the darkness in a sharp beam, but it didn't make me feel any safer. I had to leave. The path to the clearing was back that way. I had to get back. Now, I turned and began walking quickly, then broke into a run, the sound of my own footsteps echoing in the quiet forest. My breath was ragged, my chest tight, as I pushed myself harder and faster. Every sound, every movement of the trees seemed like a threat now, and I didn't look back. I couldn't explain it, what had happened, what I had felt, or why I felt so hunted. But I knew one thing: I had to get out of there. I had to make it back to safety. It wasn't until I finally reached the familiar stretch of the trail, where the trees parted and the clearing came into view, that I slowed down, my heart still racing in my chest. The path was bathed in the soft, golden light of the setting sun, and I was finally able to breathe again. I made it back to the car, shaken but unharmed. No one was there. Nothing had followed me, but the forest, whatever it was, had left its mark on me. That night, I slept fitfully, the sound of footsteps still echoing in my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I had encountered in the woods wasn't done with me yet. It had been a while since I'd taken any time off, and when I finally got the chance, I decided to do something simple yet challenging: a solo hike through the wilderness. I wasn't a stranger to hiking. I'd done it a few times before, but nothing as remote as this. The trail I chose was known for its challenging terrain and was far from any populated area, making it ideal for a peaceful retreat. I started early in the morning, the sun barely creeping over the horizon. The air was crisp, the sky clear. I packed light but enough to get me through a couple of days: water, some trail mix, a map, a first aid kit, and my trusty knife. I didn't need much more than that. I had a feeling this was going to be exactly what I needed: a break from the constant noise of city life. The trail was narrow, winding through dense trees, their tall trunks creating a natural canopy above me. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. I focused on putting one foot in front of the other, trying to settle into the rhythm of the hike. The first couple of hours were smooth. The ground beneath me was firm, not too rocky, and the path was well marked. I passed a few small streams, the sound of water rushing over rocks giving me a sense of calm. At some points, I had to jump over fallen logs, but nothing was too difficult. The day was cool, the sunlight filtering through the trees in patches. Around midday, I came across a fork in the trail. I glanced at the map I had with me. The route I intended to take was to the left, a path that would eventually lead me to a scenic overlook. But something about the right path intrigued me. It was less traveled, narrower, and more overgrown. It was as if the forest had been trying to reclaim it. I stood there for a few moments, considering. I wasn't in a rush, and the thought of seeing something untouched, something few had seen, was tempting. I decided to take it. The further I went, the more isolated I felt. The trees grew thicker, blocking out most of the sunlight. The air was heavier here, filled with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. There was an eerie stillness that settled over the area. It wasn't necessarily unsettling at first, but there was an undeniable sense that I was far from the beaten path. Still, I pushed forward, telling myself I was just being paranoid. The trail became less defined as I ventured deeper, and I had to keep my eyes on the ground to make sure I didn't lose my footing. There was no longer a clear path, only patches of dirt and scattered rocks. At times, I had to push through dense underbrush, my clothes catching on branches. The forest felt like it was closing in on me, and my stomach began to churn, but I ignored it. After all, I was alone out here on purpose. I had been walking for what felt like hours when I realized I hadn't seen any signs of wildlife. Not a bird, not a squirrel, nothing. That's when I started to feel the weight of my isolation. I wasn't just alone. I was completely detached from everything familiar. The sounds of the forest were muted, as if the world had gone quiet, waiting. Then came the first real sign that something was off. I stumbled across what appeared to be an old campsite. It was small, tucked away behind a thick line of trees. There was a fire ring, blackened stones surrounding a patch of scorched earth. A few faded, tattered pieces of clothing were caught on a bush, and an old sleeping bag was half buried in the dirt. It didn't look like it had been used recently, but the remnants were unsettling. I stood there for a moment, just staring at the campsite. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here not too long ago. But that didn't make sense. This was supposed to be an abandoned trail off the grid, far from anyone else. But there was no explanation for what I was looking at. I shook my head, trying to push the thought from my mind. I wasn't here to get spooked. I continued on, but now I found myself more aware of the sounds around me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves felt amplified. The further I went, the darker it seemed to get. The trees crowded in tighter, their branches intertwined so much that it almost seemed like the forest was closing in on me. I checked my map again, hoping to find some reassurance, but the trail wasn't marked here, and there was no indication of where I was. The map only showed the main path, which I had long since left behind. I started to feel uneasy, like I was being watched. It wasn't rational, not at first. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me, but the feeling didn't go away. The silence, the absence of life, it was too much. I decided it was time to turn back. I retraced my steps, trying to stay calm, but the landscape now felt unfamiliar. Nothing looked the same. The trees seemed to have shifted, their shadows stretching longer, their shapes becoming more twisted in the dimming light. That's when I heard it, a faint crack of a branch behind me. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. There was no breeze, and yet something had broken the silence. I slowly turned around, expecting to see a deer or a squirrel, but there was nothing, just trees, dark and still. I swallowed hard and tried to tell myself it was nothing, just the wind or my imagination. But the feeling of being watched intensified. I began to walk faster, my steps quickening. Every now and then, I would glance behind me, half expecting to see someone or something following me. The forest felt alive now, but not in the peaceful, natural way I had grown used to. It was suffocating, oppressive. The trees seemed to loom closer, and every shadow appeared to move. I quickened my pace to a jog, my breath coming faster, my mind racing. Why had I gone down this trail? Why hadn't I just stuck to the main path? The thought of getting lost out here, in the darkening forest, began to paralyze me with fear. I knew I had to find my way back to the main trail, but the forest seemed to mock me. The more I ran, the more everything seemed to blur together. The trees were no longer familiar, the ground uneven and treacherous beneath my boots. Every sound now felt like a threat. I didn't know how much time had passed, but the daylight was rapidly fading. I tried to use my phone to get my bearings, but the signal was non-existent. I cursed under my breath, wishing I had paid better attention when I'd first gotten off the main trail. The sun was dipping below the horizon, and I knew I had to make a decision. Either keep going in hopes of finding the path back or stay where I was and wait until morning. I didn't have the luxury of waiting. I kept moving, my pace desperate now, trying to make sense of the terrain around me. I could feel the panic rising in my chest. There was no one here to help. I was truly alone. Then, just as I was beginning to feel like I might lose it completely, I saw something, an opening in the trees. It was a break in the dense underbrush, and I pushed my way through it, desperate for any sign of civilization. When I emerged on the other side, I couldn't believe what I saw. The main trail. It was there, just ahead, clear and well-marked. I had made it back. I stood there for a moment, my chest heaving with relief. The sky was now fully dark, and the stars above seemed to mock my earlier fear. I wasn't lost anymore. I wasn't alone. I had survived. I quickly made my way back to the campsite I had set out from that morning. I didn't stop to rest, not even for a moment. I had no interest in lingering any longer in the woods. When I reached the clearing, I felt a sense of calm settle over me. The air felt lighter here, the trees less imposing. I set up my tent and sat there, listening to the distant sounds of the forest, the chirping of insects, and the rustling of the wind in the trees. It wasn't until later, as I sat in my tent, that I realized just how close I had come to something far worse. The fear I had felt, the isolation. I had come face to face with how dangerous it could be to lose your way in a place like that. And as I lay there, trying to shake off the unease, I thought back to the campsite I had found earlier, to the remnants of a life once lived out there in the woods. Whoever had been there, they had left long ago, but the forest had kept their story, their presence in some way. I would never know what happened to them, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never take such a risk again. The sun had just started to sink behind the mountains when I set off on the trail. The weather had been perfect all day. Clear skies, not too hot, and a light breeze that carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. I'd planned this solo hike for weeks, picking a trail I had read about in a few hiking forums. It was described as beautiful, challenging, and remote, the kind of place where you could truly disconnect, just you and the wilderness. I had arrived early in the afternoon at the trailhead, a small parking lot tucked just off the main road. The area was peaceful, the kind of place where you wouldn't expect anyone to be around for miles. A small sign marked the entrance, showing a simple map of the trail, its various intersections, and the estimated time it would take to reach the end. I knew I had a few hours of daylight left, and the plan was to get as far in as I could, setting up camp by dusk. The trail was easy enough at first, wide and well-marked with signs and blazes on the trees. I was making good time, the sound of my boots crunching on the dirt and gravel the only noise around me. As I walked, I felt a sense of calm settling over me. The world felt small, and I could focus entirely on my own thoughts. A couple of hours into the hike, the trail began to narrow, the trees thickening around me. The air grew cooler, the sunlight filtering through the dense canopy above. I could hear the occasional bird call, and once, I spotted a deer grazing near the trail, but it quickly bolted as soon as it saw me. My pace slowed, and I started to pay more attention to my surroundings, knowing that the deeper I went into the woods, the more isolated I would be. I had brought a map, of course, and a compass, but I wasn't overly concerned. I had done enough solo hikes before that I felt confident navigating with just those tools. Still, as the trail twisted and turned, I began to wonder if I had missed a turn. There were no other hikers around, and the deeper I went, the more the trail seemed to lose its markings. It wasn't overgrown, but it wasn't as well traveled as the start had led me to believe. At first, it was easy to brush off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. It was just the wilderness, right? Things were different here, quiet, remote. I continued walking, my mind racing through thoughts of the solitude I had sought and now felt so strangely uneasy about. The sun was nearing the horizon when I reached a small clearing. The trees parted just enough to reveal a view of the valley below, the orange light of the setting sun reflecting off the distant creek. It was beautiful, the kind of view you don't see every day, and for a moment, I stood there appreciating the peace. But that peace didn't last long. As I was about to continue, I heard something, a rustling in the bushes nearby. It was too soft to be the wind, and too deliberate. At first, I thought it might be a small animal, but the sound didn't stop. It didn't move away. My heart started to race a little, and I paused, my senses sharp, straining for another sound. Nothing. I stood still for a few minutes, hoping it was nothing, just a figment of my imagination. But then, just as I turned to head back down the trail, I heard it again, this time much closer. A twig snapped underfoot. The noise was unmistakable, not from any animal I recognized. I held my breath and listened, trying to make sense of it. That's when I heard footsteps. Human footsteps. They were slow, measured. Someone was walking on the same trail, but not at the usual hiking pace. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and heavy. My first instinct was to keep walking, act like I hadn't heard anything. But I didn't. I stood frozen, eyes darting to the trees ahead, trying to see anything, any movement. But the forest was quiet again. I didn't know why, but I felt like something was wrong. Every instinct in me was screaming to move, to leave, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I turned and walked quickly down the path, trying to ignore the gnawing sensation in my gut. The trail was still familiar, but now every step felt heavier, like the weight of the woods had shifted around me. It wasn't long before the trail narrowed even further. The trees now pressed close to each other, the sunlight almost gone entirely, leaving me in a dim half-light. The trail was barely a path now, just worn dirt and scattered rocks. I checked my map again, my hands trembling slightly. I knew there was a campsite up ahead, a small designated area with a fire ring and a water source. It was my goal for the night, but the thought of reaching it didn't feel like relief anymore. I quickened my pace, my footsteps louder now as I moved through the trees. The air felt cooler, and the shadows around me grew longer. The rustling in the bushes had stopped, but the feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was nothing, just the wilderness playing tricks on me. Finally, I reached the campsite. It was small, tucked into a small hollow near a stream, with a few flat spots for tents. The fire ring was empty, the stone circle cold. I set down my pack and started to gather wood, trying to settle my nerves. My mind raced, but I didn't want to be paranoid. Maybe someone else had passed by earlier. Maybe it was just a deer or some other animal making noise. But I knew, deep down, that it wasn't just that. As I built the fire, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there. But there was no one. The woods were still. It was just me, alone in the fading light. The fire crackled to life, and I sat back, watching the flames dance. The warmth was comforting, and for a moment, I allowed myself to relax. Night fell quickly after that, the stars barely visible through the canopy of trees. The fire provided the only light, casting eerie shadows against the trunks around me. I ate some of the food I had brought, but my appetite had waned. My thoughts kept drifting back to the footsteps, to the feeling of being watched. There was no explanation for it, no way to make sense of it. Just as I was finishing my meal, I heard something again, this time closer. The unmistakable crunch of footsteps on the ground. My heart stopped, and I grabbed for my flashlight, shining it toward the noise. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating only trees and bushes. I stood up, feeling a sudden rush of adrenaline. The footsteps continued, but they were not coming from the trail. They were coming from the other side of the campsite, just beyond the trees. I couldn't see anything, couldn't make out any shapes, but I could hear it. Someone was out there. I was terrified. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to pack up and run. But the thought of wandering through the woods in the dark was just as frightening. I was trapped, stuck between two fears, whatever was out there and the unknown of the forest. The footsteps paused. The silence that followed felt oppressive, like the air was holding its breath. I waited, every muscle tense, every sense on high alert. After what felt like an eternity, I heard it again. A soft rustling, then the sound of something heavy falling, like a branch or a rock. It was much closer now. Then it stopped. For the longest time, nothing happened. The fire crackled, but my thoughts were too scattered to focus on anything else. I checked my map again, as if it might somehow offer some comfort or explanation, but there was nothing. Just a trail, a campsite, and miles of wilderness. I could leave in the morning, but right now, all I could do was wait. The night seemed to stretch on forever. Finally, just before I decided to get some sleep, I saw something move. In the darkness, on the edge of the camp, there was a figure, slim, tall, and barely visible against the backdrop of trees. It wasn't clear enough to make out any details, but it was unmistakable. There was someone out there, watching. I stood up, panic rising in my chest. My mind raced for what to do. Should I shout? Should I run? But the figure didn't move closer. It just stood there, watching, like it was waiting for something. I didn't know how long it stood there. Could have been seconds or minutes or even longer. But eventually, it turned and vanished into the dark woods. I don't know how long I sat there after that, my body frozen, my heart pounding. But eventually, the night passed. The figure never returned. The footsteps stopped. The only sound that remained was the crackling of the fire. In the morning, I packed up quickly, my body still on edge. The night had been one of the most unsettling experiences I'd ever had in the woods. But when I returned to the trailhead, I saw nothing unusual. No signs of anyone else being around. No trace of what had happened. Maybe it was just a figment of my imagination. Maybe it was just the wilderness getting to me. But I knew one thing for sure. I would never look at the woods the same way again. The sun had barely begun to rise when I packed my gear and started the hike. The day was crisp, the air still cool from the night's chill. I had done this trail before, years ago, and had promised myself I'd return. It was the kind of hike that called for solitude, the kind that pushes you to your limits but rewards you with an overwhelming sense of peace. The trailhead was quiet when I arrived. The only sounds were the occasional chirp of a bird and the rustling of leaves. My backpack was packed with just the essentials: water, a first aid kit, a light jacket in case the weather turned, and some snacks. I had learned the hard way that it was better to pack light but be prepared. I started down the trail alone, feeling the soft earth beneath my boots. The path was narrow, winding through a thick forest that filtered the early light into soft green hues. The trees were tall, their trunks thick with age, and their branches twisted like old fingers reaching toward the sky. I could hear the wind whispering through the leaves, the sound almost like distant voices, if I let my mind wander too far. But I kept my focus on the trail. The first hour was easy. The path was gentle, the kind of hike that lulls you into a rhythm. My breathing was steady, and my thoughts were calm. I passed a small creek, the water gurgling over smooth stones, clear and cold. I stopped for a moment, dipping my fingers into the stream to feel the chill against my skin. I was alone, and I liked it that way. There was something comforting about being the only person in the woods. The solitude felt like a gift. As the morning wore on, the trail began to climb. The incline grew steeper, and I had to slow my pace, taking care with each step as I navigated the rocks and roots that stretched across the path. The forest was thicker here, the trees closer together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out the sun. The light dimmed, and the air grew cooler. I reached for the jacket in my pack, pulling it on over my shirt. I had been hiking for a couple of hours when I started to notice something strange. The forest felt different. The sounds of birds and wind seemed to fade, replaced by an eerie silence. It wasn't normal for a forest to be this quiet. The usual chatter of wildlife had stopped completely. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. I glanced around, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. I kept walking, trying to focus on the path in front of me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't fear exactly, but more of an unsettling sensation, like I wasn't alone anymore. I came to a fork in the trail. One path veered sharply to the right, leading toward a steeper climb, while the other went left, winding downward toward a valley. The map I had with me showed both paths would eventually lead to the same place, but I wasn't sure which would be the more scenic route. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to take the path that descended into the valley. As I made my way down, the forest became even thicker. The trees were close enough now that I had to push through their branches, bending them aside to continue. The trail was overgrown, the dirt soft beneath my boots as I stepped carefully over tangled roots and uneven rocks. My thoughts were still preoccupied with the silence around me. Even the usual rustle of leaves beneath my feet felt unnatural, too loud in the stillness. It wasn't until I noticed the footprints that I stopped in my tracks. They were fresh, the edges still sharp, like someone had passed through just moments before. I crouched down, examining them closely. The prints were large, deeper than my own, and they seemed to be moving in the same direction I was going. I stood up slowly, looking around the dense forest. The trees loomed like silent watchers, their branches thick and dark. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, just beyond my sight. I reached for my water bottle, taking a slow drink, trying to steady my nerves. But the unease lingered. I knew there were other hikers on the trail, but this feeling was different. It was the kind of discomfort that makes your heart beat just a little faster, your instincts telling you to be on guard. I pushed forward, though. There was no reason to turn back. After all, it was just a few prints. They could have been made hours ago, long before I had arrived. But deep down, I knew something was off. The trail was too quiet, the atmosphere too tense. As I descended further into the valley, the air grew thick with humidity. The trees seemed to close in around me, and the path became less and less defined. I had to stop several times to check my map, unsure if I was still on the right track. The silence was overwhelming now, pressing in on me from all sides. Even my breath felt too loud in my ears. I reached a point where the trail completely disappeared. The dense underbrush had taken over, and I was left with nothing but a tangle of vines and brambles. I stood there for a moment, trying to decide whether to turn back or continue forward. There was no sign of the path beyond the thicket, but I had come this far. Surely I couldn't turn around now. I pushed forward, hacking at the vines with my hand, my movements growing more frantic as the feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just the trail that was suffocating now. It was the air, thick and heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. Every step felt wrong, like I was trespassing in a place I wasn't meant to be. The thicket eventually cleared into a small clearing, but it wasn't what I had expected. The ground was soft and wet, the grass overgrown and thick with moss. In the center of the clearing stood a large rock, weathered and cracked, with strange markings carved into its surface. It looked old, ancient even, though I couldn't understand what the markings meant. I stepped closer, inspecting the rock with growing curiosity. But just as I reached out to touch it, a sound broke the silence. A snap of a twig, loud, sharp, came from behind me. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. For a moment, I couldn't move, my body locked in place. Then I heard it again, a rustle, a shuffle, like someone or something was moving through the underbrush behind me. I turned quickly, my eyes scanning the forest, but I saw nothing. The trees stood still, their branches unmoving in the stagnant air. There was no sign of life, no animal, no other hiker. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, that the sounds were merely the wind or an animal. But deep down, I knew better. Someone or something was out there, and I was alone in the middle of this vast wilderness. I began to back away from the rock, my eyes never leaving the trees behind me. The feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. If anything, it had grown stronger, more oppressive. I could hear the crunch of leaves underfoot, the sound of something moving closer, though I still couldn't see anything. My hands were trembling now, sweat beading on my forehead. I reached the edge of the clearing and stopped. The path was gone, swallowed by the thick underbrush. I was trapped. I turned and started to run, my breath ragged as I pushed through the thick forest, crashing through vines and branches. Couldn't stop. Every step felt like I was being pursued, every snap of a twig sending a jolt of fear through me. My legs burned with the effort, but I couldn't slow down. I stumbled, falling to my knees as I tripped over a root. My palms scraped against the rough earth as I pushed myself up, gasping for air. I had no idea where I was going. The trail had disappeared, the forest had swallowed it whole, and all I could do was run. The panic was overwhelming, my mind clouded with fear. I couldn't think straight. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in short, frantic gasps. I didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually, I broke free of the forest and into a small clearing. It was here that I saw it, an old cabin weathered and faded by time. It was barely standing, the windows cracked and the door hanging ajar. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should approach, but the thought of being out in the open, exposed, was worse than the thought of going into the cabin. I ran to the door, pushing it open with a creak that echoed through the stillness. The inside was dark, the air stale and musty. I stepped in, shutting the door behind me. The cabin smelled of rot, but it was shelter, and that was all that mattered now. I leaned against the wall, my heart still racing. I didn't know what had just happened. I didn't know who or what had been following me through the woods, but I was safe for now. The hours passed slowly, the silence in the cabin only broken by the sound of my breathing. I couldn't bring myself to leave, not yet. There was too much fear still coiled tight inside me. But the forest had given way to the cabin, and the cabin had given me something to hold on to, a semblance of safety. When the first light of morning came again, I stepped out of the cabin and onto the trail. The forest was quiet, the air fresh with the scent of dawn. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, but I knew I had to continue. It would take me hours to make it back to the trailhead, but I was ready to face whatever was out there, whatever had been following me. The sun rose higher in the sky as I walked. It was supposed to be a simple hike. Just me, the open trail, and the sound of my boots crunching against the dirt. Nothing complicated, just a chance to get away from the noise of daily life, to clear my head. The weather was perfect, the sun shining but not too hot, a gentle breeze keeping things cool. I'd done hikes before, nothing too serious, but enough to know how to handle myself out there. The trail I was on today was supposed to be easy. I'd read a few online reviews that said it was well maintained, not too challenging. It was a popular route in the area, a loop that ran along a creek and wound through some dense forest. According to the map, it would take a few hours to complete. I packed some water, a snack, and my phone just in case. The usual. The beginning of the trail was welcoming. There were tall trees on either side. The sun dappled on the ground through the leaves, and the air smelled fresh, like the earth had just been watered. The sound of birds chirping above, a few squirrels darting between the trees, the sort of peaceful nature scene you see in travel brochures. I moved steadily, enjoying the quiet. For the first mile or so, the path was clear and wide, with nothing more than the occasional rock or root to step over. The creek was a constant companion to my right, the sound of running water steady in the background. It was calming. I'd come out here to get away from everything. The stress of work, the constant pinging of my phone, the endless stream of noise from the city. But then, things started to change. The trail narrowed as I moved further in. The trees grew thicker, the branches hanging lower over the path. The sunlight dimmed a little. It wasn't as noticeable at first, but as I walked, it felt like the world was closing in around me. The path got more uneven, too, rocks and roots making the ground slippery. I had to pay more attention to where I stepped now. There was no sign of anyone else. It was just me and the forest. I hadn't seen a soul for a while, which was fine by me. I liked the solitude. Then, I came across something odd. It wasn't big, just a small pile of rocks stacked carefully on the edge of the path. It wasn't much, but it looked out of place. Felt wrong somehow. There was no reason for anyone to leave a pile of rocks here. No reason at all. People typically don't leave little piles of rocks on well-traveled trails, do they? I hesitated. It wasn't like I was afraid of rocks, but the thing about the pile didn't sit right with me. Felt intentional. A message, maybe, or some kind of marker. Maybe it was a way to show that someone had been here before me. But why? Who would do something like that? And why on this particular trail? I decided to ignore it, chalking it up to someone else's weird idea of a trail decoration. Besides, there was nothing to be done. I had miles to go, and I didn't want to waste time second-guessing myself. As I kept walking, the forest got even denser. The trees were so close now that they almost blocked out the sky. The path, once clear, now twisted and turned, a little harder to follow. The creek, once so close and constant, seemed to be moving further away, its sound fading into the background. In the quiet, my own footsteps began to feel louder, and then the silence of the forest started to feel oppressive. I pushed on, determined to reach the loop's end. But as I walked, my mind started to wander. I began thinking about the pile of rocks again. I tried to shake the feeling it gave me, but I couldn't. Something about it nagged at me. The trail was becoming harder to follow. There were more rocks now, more twisted roots, and the vegetation was growing thicker. I stepped off the path a few times to try to get around a fallen tree, but each time, it felt like the forest was closing in tighter. I checked my phone, no signal. That wasn't unusual for this area, but it didn't make me feel any better. I wasn't lost yet, but the thought lingered in the back of my mind. Then I saw something ahead of me, between the trees. A flash of movement. Something, or someone. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail all day, and now, out of nowhere, there was something up ahead. My first thought was to turn around. Maybe I'd missed someone on the trail earlier. But when I focused, I didn't see anything else. No one. Just the trees and the shadow between them. I kept moving forward, slower now, more cautious. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. It was like a primal instinct telling me to be alert. I wasn't sure why. There was no real reason to be scared, not yet. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. As I got closer to the spot where I'd seen the flash of movement, the sound of running water stopped. The creek, which had been a constant companion up until now, was silent. The air grew heavier, thicker. The quiet was suffocating, and I felt the weight of it pressing in on me. I was about to step into an area where the trees thinned out, but something caught my eye. A dark shape, barely visible, just beyond the trees. A glimpse of a figure standing still, watching. My heart pounded. I didn't know what it was, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. My body acted before my mind could catch up. I turned around, not caring anymore about finishing the hike or anything else. I needed to get back, and I needed to get back now. I picked up my pace, almost running, but the trail seemed to stretch on forever. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I saw nothing, but I felt something, like eyes on me, following my every move. My breath was heavy. The air seemed to grow thicker with every step I took. At one point, I tripped over a root, my hands catching myself on the ground. I scrambled to my feet and kept going, faster now, my heart thundering in my chest. My mind was a blur. I didn't even care about the path anymore. I just needed to move to get out of there. Eventually, the trees began to thin, and the sound of the creek returned. The air felt lighter, and I could finally see the trail ahead, the way I had come. The panic was still there, still gnawing at me, but I kept pushing forward. The weight on my chest began to lift the closer I got to the end. And then, I saw it, the parking lot in the distance, the familiar cars, the familiar sign. I didn't slow down. I didn't stop until I reached my car, and when I finally did, I slammed the door behind me, locking it without a second thought. I sat there, breathing heavily, my heart slowly starting to return to a normal rhythm. I don't know what it was out there, whether it was just my mind playing tricks on me or something else. I never found out. But one thing was certain. I was never going back on that trail again. It was early in the morning when I set out for the hike. The sun hadn't even risen fully yet, and the cool air still hung heavy with the remnants of the night. I had been planning this trip for a while, and it was finally time. The hike was supposed to be a simple one. Something to get away from the noise of the city, to clear my head, and maybe get a little lost in nature for a few hours. I had no plans to be gone for too long. Just a day, maybe two if I decided to keep going deeper into the woods. I had read the map carefully and knew the trail I was taking. Some old logging paths and a few lesser-known routes that weren't crowded by other hikers. The kind of places where you could still hear the wind and the birds, not the sounds of other people or the rustle of tourists. I liked the solitude that hiking gave me, that quiet where your thoughts felt like the only thing left in the world. I parked my car at the trailhead, which was tucked away behind a row of trees, and the air smelled fresh and earthy as I grabbed my backpack. It wasn't heavy, just enough to carry some water, a few snacks, a first aid kit, and my map. I checked the gear, made sure everything was in place, then began walking. The path started easy enough, dirt underfoot, soft and almost springy in places, with trees towering on either side. I loved the quiet of it. The forest wasn't loud, but it wasn't silent either. The wind moved the leaves, and the occasional bird fluttered by. My boots crunched softly on the ground, and every now and then, the faint sound of a distant creek could be heard, running somewhere beyond the trees. I didn't hurry. I never do. There was no rush, no deadline to meet. Hiking for me is a slow activity, one step at a time, letting the surroundings absorb you. After a couple of hours, I came across an old wooden bridge that crossed over a creek. The bridge creaked slightly underfoot, and the sound of rushing water beneath it added to the feeling of isolation. I paused for a moment, taking a breath and letting the serenity wash over me. Continuing on, the trail grew more rugged. The dirt path started to thin out, and the trees became thicker. The quiet deepened. I wasn't quite sure where I was, but that was part of the appeal. I had walked this route before in a map, but maps couldn't tell you what the forest felt like. I moved deeper into the woods, and the environment began to change. The trees became older here, with their trunks wide and knotted. The air smelled a bit damp, like the forest floor was soaked in moisture. Moss covered the rocks and tree stumps, the kind of moss that clung to things with a determined grip. The trail was no longer as clear. The path had started to fade away, and soon, I was stepping over logs, dodging under branches, and walking through patches of ferns and wildflowers. It was more of a trail in my mind now, guiding me forward. It was about then that I noticed the odd feeling. It wasn't fear exactly, but something was off. A subtle discomfort. The kind of feeling you get when you're suddenly aware that you're far from home and alone in a place that could be unforgiving. I kept walking, trying to ignore the sensation. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. It wasn't just the lack of people. It was something else. The forest seemed almost too still. No birds, no insects. The only sound was my footsteps, crunching against the forest floor. After another hour or so, the trail completely vanished. It wasn't even a gradual disappearance. One moment, there was a path beneath my boots, and the next, I was standing in the middle of an untamed patch of forest with no clear way forward. I stopped for a moment, considering my options. I could backtrack, return to the bridge and retrace my steps. But I was already too far in, and there was a part of me that didn't want to go back. So I decided to keep going, to push on. I wandered through the woods for another half hour, picking my way through the trees, when something caught my attention. A rustle in the bushes. I froze, listening intently. The rustling continued for a few more moments, but it didn't seem to be coming from any animal I recognized. It was strange, unsettling, too methodical, as if something was pushing through the undergrowth, but it wasn't an animal. The sound stopped abruptly, I stood there waiting, but nothing else happened. No further sounds, no movement. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe I had startled something, but my unease grew stronger. I kept moving, my footsteps cautious now. The sense of being watched never quite left me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone in these woods. Hours passed, and the forest grew denser. The light began to fade, even though the sun was still high in the sky. The canopy above me blocked out much of the daylight, casting the forest floor in shadow. I hadn't seen a single other person since I left the trailhead, and I had lost any real sense of direction. I knew I should probably head back, but the trail I'd been following was now completely gone. I was lost. At that moment, a strange sound echoed through the trees, unlike anything I had heard before. It was a loud, low groan, almost like the sound of a tree limb cracking, but it didn't stop after a moment. Continued, drawing closer. I turned toward the sound, my heart starting to pound. I couldn't tell what was causing it, but whatever it was getting closer. The ground beneath me seemed to vibrate slightly. The sound was unmistakable now. Something was moving quickly through the underbrush. I didn't know what to do. I stood frozen for a few seconds, listening, my mind racing with possibilities. Should I move away? Should I hide? Should I call for help? But I had no service on my phone, and calling for help seemed useless. I was alone in the woods with no one to hear me. The groaning sound continued for a few more moments, then stopped. Silence. I waited for what felt like an eternity, straining to hear any movement, any sound that would tell me what was happening around me. I was on the edge now, my body tensed, my breath shallow. And then I saw it. A massive tree, a giant oak, had fallen across the path I had just walked down. It hadn't been there before. The tree wasn't fresh. No freshly broken branches. No fresh dirt where it had fallen. It was old, the bark worn down and darkened by time. And yet, somehow, it had just appeared. It wasn't natural. I felt my heart race. This wasn't just a random tree fall. Something had made it happen. But what? I didn't wait to find out. Panic overtook me. My instincts screamed at me to move, to get away from whatever force had knocked that tree down. I turned and ran. I didn't know where I was going anymore. I couldn't see the sun through the trees, and the world around me felt alien and hostile. The air was thick with tension, and the sounds of the forest seemed to close in on me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the bushes made me feel as though I was being chased. I kept running, dodging trees, jumping over rocks, and pushing myself through the underbrush. My body ached, but I couldn't stop. I needed to get out. I needed to find the trail again, to see the bridge. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, my foot caught on something. I stumbled and fell to the ground, scraping my hands against the rough earth. My chest heaved as I struggled to catch my breath, and for the first time since I had started this hike, I realized I was terrified. I looked around, trying to orient myself. The forest was still, too still. And then, through the trees, I saw it, the edge of the forest. There was a clearing up ahead, the kind of open space that marked the end of the woods. I pushed myself up and sprinted toward it, desperate to get out. As I reached the clearing, the forest finally opened up in front of me, and I found myself at the edge of a large field. It was an open, sunlit area, stretching out in front of me. I stopped for a moment, breathing heavily, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The forest behind me seemed to sigh with relief as I stepped into the sunlight. I had made it out. In the distance, I could see a road, a paved highway cutting through the wilderness. It wasn't much farther to the trailhead now, where I had left my car. I was safe. Finally, after hours of confusion, panic, and fear, I was safe. I walked toward the road, each step feeling lighter as I neared the edge of the woods. And when I finally reached the trailhead, I couldn't help but look back at the dark, looming forest that had nearly swallowed me whole. But I made it out. I was okay. It was the kind of morning that promised a perfect day for a hike. The sun was barely up, but you could feel the warmth already spilling across the mountain range ahead. The air was crisp, smelling faintly of pine and earth, with a light breeze that whispered through the trees. I had been planning this trip for months, taking time off from work to get away from the noise of the city, away from the constant buzz of daily life. The plan was simple: a long solo hike through the wilderness, an escape into the isolation I craved. The trailhead was at the foot of a small, unmarked mountain, tucked deep into the forest. No one really came out this way. It wasn't a tourist spot, not many knew of it. I preferred it that way. Fewer people, fewer distractions. I had packed light, just the essentials. Water, a couple of protein bars, a compact first aid kit, my map, and a good pair of boots. I had no intention of pushing myself too hard that day. Just a peaceful day of solitude. I started my hike around dawn, the path narrow and uneven beneath my feet. The trees on either side towered over me, their branches thick and full, casting long shadows that crept along the forest floor. The sounds of the forest were alive. Birds singing, leaves rustling, the occasional snap of a twig as small creatures moved through the underbrush. There was nothing alarming about it, just the usual soundtrack of the wilderness. As I walked, I couldn't help but feel the weight of the silence around me. It was peaceful but also a little unsettling. The deeper into the woods I went, the less I heard the hum of life I was accustomed to. Even the birds seemed quieter. The breeze seemed to die down. It was like the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The trail was well worn, but it started to wind upward. With each step, I felt myself getting farther from civilization. The ground beneath me turned rocky, and the trees thinned, replaced by smaller shrubs and boulders. The sun was higher now, and the temperature had risen just enough to make my jacket feel too warm. I stopped for a moment, took a swig of water, and wiped my brow. That's when I noticed something odd. There was a break in the path up ahead, like something had been moved. It wasn't natural. It looked like an obstruction, maybe a fallen branch, but it seemed deliberate. Something about it made me pause, my breath catching for a moment. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just a fallen log. The trail had to have been cleared recently. The forest didn't really care about such things, but park rangers did. Still, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I pushed the thought away and kept moving. The path narrowed again, becoming overgrown, forcing me to step carefully over thick roots and underbrush. It was quiet, too quiet. I couldn't hear anything anymore. The birds were gone, and the air seemed still, thick with anticipation. The sun now slanted down at a strange angle, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch forever. I felt like I was being consumed by the forest, inch by inch. After what felt like hours, I finally came to a clearing. It was small, just a patch of open ground surrounded by tall pines. The place felt different, almost wrong. There was a strange energy in the air. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something wasn't right. In the center of the clearing, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. It was a pile of rocks, carefully arranged in a circle. At first, I thought it was just a natural rock formation, but something about it seemed too neat, too intentional, as if someone had placed each stone by hand. A chill ran through me. My mind raced through explanations, trying to make sense of it. Could be a trail marker, but it didn't look like any trail marker I'd ever seen. It was far too old, weathered, and there were no other markings around. No signs, no indication of who might have placed it there. I didn't want to linger, but the clearing seemed like the perfect place to stop for a break. The sun was still high, and the shadows were less oppressive here. I set down my pack, sat on a rock, and took out a protein bar. As I ate, I glanced around. The stillness was thick, like the forest was holding its breath again. A soft breeze picked up, but it didn't carry the usual earthy smell of the forest. It smelled metallic, almost like blood. I shook my head, trying to dispel the thought. The wind had shifted, and with it came the scent of wet leaves, rotting wood. I looked back at the rock circle, my curiosity growing. Was this just a strange coincidence, or was it something more? I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. There was no sound, no movement, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my body tensed. I finished my break, packed up, and decided to keep going. The rest of the trail ahead looked like it would lead me back to the main route. I'd been hiking for hours, and it was time to head home. But as I stood up, I heard something. A noise. A low, distant thud. Like a footstep. I froze. My heart began to race. I couldn't see anything, but the sound was unmistakable. Someone or something was out there. I quickly scanned the area, trying to figure out where the noise had come from, but there was nothing, just trees. I picked up my pace, moving down the trail again. But my senses were on high alert now. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of the leaves, made my skin prickle with fear. I wasn't alone. I could feel it. I moved faster, the trail twisting and turning in front of me. My breathing was quick, shallow, and I could feel a knot tightening in my chest. The path ahead was familiar now, but it felt different, like I wasn't just walking through the forest anymore. I was being hunted. The thought sent a jolt of adrenaline through me, and I broke into a run. I wasn't even sure what I was running from. All I knew was that something was out there. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I kept running, my boots pounding against the ground. Every so often, I would glance over my shoulder, but there was nothing. No one, just trees and shadows. I didn't stop until I came across the main trail again, the one that led back to the parking lot. My legs were burning, my breath ragged. I slowed down, my eyes scanning the trees one last time, but I saw nothing. I reached the parking lot, and there was my car, sitting alone in the corner. The place looked normal. Nothing was out of place, but I still felt it, that sense of being watched. I got in my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The trailhead was still there, hidden deep in the forest. But I never went back. The memory of the clearing, the strange circle of rocks, and the feeling of being hunted was enough. It was something I couldn't explain, and I didn't want to try. Sometimes I still think about that day. The forest, the silence, the feeling of being watched. It was real, but it wasn't a ghost. It was something else, something more terrifying, and that's why I never went back. I was never much of a group hiker. I liked going alone. Something about the silence, the rhythm of my footsteps, the way the world shrank to the sound of my breathing and the feel of the trail under my boots. It calmed me. I didn't need anyone talking about work or asking about life. I just wanted trees, rocks, wind, and a path. That weekend I picked a trail I hadn't done before, which was something I usually avoided. I liked to know the path, where it bent, where it got steep, where water sources were, and which sections were sketchy. But this one kept coming up in forums as moderate, and I'd seen a few photos of the views. It was part of a national forest about 2 hours from where I lived. Not popular enough to be packed, but known enough to have a maintained trail. Perfect, or so I thought. I woke up early, left before the sun came up, and got there around 7:45 a.m. It was late spring, and the air was still crisp that early. The parking lot was gravel and empty when I arrived. That's always a little unnerving, not seeing a single other car, but it also meant silence. I threw on my pack, checked the laces on my boots, locked the car, and headed in. The first few miles were uneventful. The trail wound up steadily, cutting through thick pine and spruce. Bird calls floated through the trees. Somewhere far off, I heard a woodpecker hammering. The air smelled like dirt and sap. The sun climbed higher, throwing long shadows across the trail. I was making good time. Around mile 4, I came to a fork. There was a sign, but it had rotted so badly the lettering was almost unreadable. I stopped and studied the map I printed before leaving. According to that, I was supposed to veer left and climb up a ridge, follow that for about 2 miles, and then drop down the other side toward a creek and loop back to the start. But the map didn't show this exact fork. The paper one was clearly out of date. My phone had no service. I stood there for a while. Both paths looked used, though the left one seemed more worn. That made sense. If it was the main trail, more boots would have passed over it. Still, something about it made me hesitate. The other path, narrower, darker, looked less traveled. Something in my gut told me to take it. I wish now I had ignored that feeling. I don't know what made me turn right. Maybe I just wanted something different. Maybe I thought I'd explore a side trail. I told myself I could always turn around if it didn't feel right. So I went right. First, it didn't seem bad. It dropped slightly and curved around the slope of a hill. The trees grew thicker here, closer together. The air got cooler. I walked for maybe 45 minutes, the trail slowly narrowing. It wasn't overgrown exactly, but it looked like it hadn't been maintained in a while. A few fallen branches, rocks that hadn't been cleared. The kind of thing that didn't stop you but made you pay attention. I kept going. At some point, I stopped seeing trail markers, little bits of orange or blue plastic nailed to trees. I thought I just missed them, but when I looked closely, I realized there hadn't been one for a long time. That's when I paused. I drank some water, checked my position with my compass and map, and tried to figure out where I was. The map was useless now. It didn't show this trail at all. There was no dot, no line, nothing. I wasn't panicked, just annoyed. I thought about turning back then. I really should have, but I figured the trail must loop somewhere or connect back to the main one. And I didn't want to backtrack unless I had to. Felt like admitting failure, like quitting. I pressed on. It got steeper. The ground turned uneven. Roots, rocks, loose dirt. I started slipping more. The trees got so dense in places the sunlight barely reached the ground. It was dim, shadowy. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat. I took smaller steps, focused on my footing, and kept my ears open. No birds now, just wind. I heard something rustle now and then, but never saw anything. After another hour, the trail just stopped. It didn't fade, it ended. 1 second I was walking. The next I was standing at a wall of tangled brush and trees with no sign of a path ahead. I stood there, panting, confused. I looked behind me, trying to see the way I came. Couldn't. The trail behind was almost invisible now too. Just dirt and space between trees. Somehow, without even noticing, I had stopped following any kind of trail at all. I turned around and started back, hoping muscle memory would guide me. I walked for a while, then stopped again. Everything looked the same. Same trees, same rocks, same shadows. No trail. I turned left, went up a small rise. Nothing. I doubled back. Still nothing. That's when I felt it. The first cold splash of fear. I was lost. I sat down, pulled off my pack, and forced myself to breathe. I wasn't injured. I had food, water, and gear. I was probably no more than 6 or 7 miles from the parking lot in a straight line. I could still get out if I stayed calm. I decided to head uphill. That's what they always say, get to higher ground, see where you are. I climbed, stopping often. My legs burned. My throat felt dry even though I'd been drinking water. The trees opened up after a while, and I saw the sky. I climbed a little more until I reached a flat spot that looked over the valley. It didn't help. The forest stretched in every direction. Miles of green and shadows and no signs of roads or buildings. Just more trees. I pulled out my compass, took a bearing toward the west, where the road and lot should be, and started walking that way. That's when things got worse. The forest here was thicker. There were thorny plants, fallen trees, places where I had to crawl or squeeze through. The ground dipped and rose unpredictably. I slid on rocks, stumbled, scraped my leg on a branch. The sun was dipping now. I checked the time. It was almost 5 p.m. I'd been walking all day. I needed to find somewhere flat to sleep. I didn't panic, not really, but I felt it in my stomach. That tight knot, like something coiled. I walked faster. Every part of my brain screamed that I needed to get somewhere safe before dark. That's when I saw it. A small clearing with a fallen log, just wide enough to pitch my tarp and lie down. I dropped my pack and sat. I set up quickly. I didn't make a fire. I didn't want to draw attention, though I don't know to what. I ate some trail mix, drank water, and laid down. I left my boots on. I didn't sleep well. All night, I heard things. Snaps, rustles, distant thuds. Every sound made me sit up and freeze. I never saw anything, but the noises kept coming. At one point, something brushed the tarp from the outside. I held my breath. It moved on. By morning, I was exhausted. I packed up and started walking west again. But I was slower now. Sore, blisters, my legs ached. The terrain got harder. I had to climb down steep gullies and up rocky ridges. I rationed my food, drank less water. By midday, my lips felt dry and cracked. I hadn't seen a single person or trail or marker. I knew now that this was serious. At one point, I found a creek. I drank deeply, filled my bottle, and sat for a long time. That's when I noticed something. A sock, just one, stuck on a bush near the bank. Faded, dirty, but definitely not mine. Someone else had been here. I looked around. I saw no trash, no boot prints, no path. Just that sock. It didn't comfort me. It made it worse. Someone else had been here and left something behind. Maybe they were lost too. Maybe they didn't make it. I kept moving. Another night passed, and this one was colder. I shivered under my tarp, hugging my arms to my chest. I dreamed of people calling my name, but when I woke, there was only silence. In the dark, I swore I saw a shape moving between trees, but it never got close. My flashlight flickered. I banged it and it stayed on. On the third day, I ran out of food. My stomach cramped. I chewed leaves, berries I thought I recognized, but spit them out just in case. My steps slowed. My head felt floaty. I knew I was dehydrated again. The sun was hot now, the forest buzzing with insects. I stopped sweating, and that scared me more than anything. That evening, I found a sign. Not a real one, just a stick jammed into the ground with a piece of ribbon tied to the top. Bright pink. My heart jumped. Trail marker? Survey stake? I didn't care. I followed the direction it pointed. I walked for an hour and saw another, then another. At sunset, I heard it, something that didn't belong. A dog barking. I ran toward the sound. My legs screamed. My breath caught in my throat, but I ran. I stumbled into a clearing, and there, about 30 yards away, was a man, wearing an orange vest, holding a walkie-talkie. A search party. Collapsed. They found my car 2 days earlier. A ranger noticed it hadn't moved. They tracked me using dogs, combed the forest. I'd walked almost 13 miles off-trail in the wrong direction. I spent 2 nights in a hospital. Mild dehydration, exhaustion. I had been hiking for years, but I had never done anything alone that lasted more than a couple days. Most of my experience came from weekend hikes, sometimes with friends, sometimes with my cousin who used to be a forest ranger. But lately, I felt like I needed something longer, something harder, something quiet and personal. So I took 10 days off work, packed all my gear, and picked a long trail I'd heard about a few times from other hikers. It was somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, deep in a remote forest that didn't get much attention. They called it the Loop over Dead Man's Creek. I didn't like the name much, but I also didn't believe in superstition. I looked at the topo maps, trail reports, and weather forecasts. The trail was long, about 70 miles total, running through a mix of valleys, thick forest, steep climbs, and isolated ridgelines. The middle section, the part that looped around a narrow gorge above Dead Man's Creek, was said to be the hardest and least maintained. Most people avoided it and just did the front half out and back. But that's why I chose it. I wanted hard. I wanted isolated. I parked my car at the southern trailhead near a dirt pull-off, locked everything up, and started the hike early in the morning. My backpack weighed about 45 pounds. It had everything: food, water, filter, tent, extra layers, rain gear, knife, map, compass, GPS, and first aid. I had trained for this and felt ready. The first 3 days went smoothly. The weather held. It was cloudy but not raining. The forest was thick with pine and fir. I passed a few other hikers on the first day, but then saw no one after that. Each night I found a good spot, pitched my tent, cooked my food, and tried to get some sleep. I didn't use my phone except to check the GPS once or twice. There was no signal anyway. By the 4th day, I reached the part of the trail that most people skipped, the section over Dead Man's Creek. It was marked with a thin wooden sign nailed to a tree, faded and barely readable. The trail here became narrow and steep. It wound along the edge of a deep gorge with loose gravel underfoot. One wrong step and you could fall 30 or 40 feet into the rocks below. The creek down there looked more like a fast-moving river, filled with jagged rocks and downed trees. I followed the path carefully, using my poles for balance. The silence here was different. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt heavy. The wind whistled through the gorge in short, sharp bursts. I heard nothing but my own steps and the occasional clatter of gravel tumbling down the slope. There were no birds, no squirrels, just trees and stone and wind. I camped that night at a flat area just before a narrow bridge that crossed a side ravine. The bridge was old, just 2 planks with a rusted wire for a handrail. I crossed it in the morning. I set up my tent in a small clearing and made a fire with some dead branches. I felt a little uneasy, but I chalked it up to being alone in a harsh place. I ate a quick meal of freeze-dried stew, wrote a few notes in my journal, and went to bed. That night, something woke me up. I don't know what time it was, but it was still dark. I didn't hear anything at first, just the normal sound of wind moving through the trees. But then I felt something. It was a pressure, like the air got heavier. I lay there listening. Then I heard it, slow, steady steps outside my tent. Heavy steps. They didn't sound like a deer or an elk. They were deliberate. One, then a pause, then another. The sound of weight shifting on leaves and dirt. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't move a muscle. I kept my eyes open, staring at the roof of my tent, trying not to breathe too loudly. The steps circled the tent once. Then they stopped. I didn't hear anything else for a long time. Eventually, after what felt like an hour, I must have fallen asleep out of pure exhaustion. In the morning, I stepped outside and looked around. Nothing was out of place. No prints, no broken branches, no sign of an animal or person. But I knew what I heard. I didn't imagine it. I packed up quickly and crossed the old plank bridge. The rest of the day, I kept turning around, checking the trail behind me. I felt like something was off, like I wasn't alone. I kept hiking. The terrain got worse. Parts of the trail had crumbled away. I had to bushwhack through sections of overgrowth, relying on my map and GPS to keep me on track. My legs ached from the constant climbing and uneven ground. I was tired, but I pushed on. I had 5 more days to go. That night, I camped further down the trail in a gully surrounded by thick trees. I made no fire. I didn't want light to give away my position. I didn't hear anything that night, but I still didn't sleep much. The next day, I found something strange. About 4 miles into the day's hike, I spotted a tarp through the trees. It was dark green, partially collapsed. I left the trail and walked toward it, thinking maybe someone had camped here. When I got close, I saw it wasn't just a tarp, it was a makeshift shelter. A lean-to. Someone had been living here. There was an old sleeping bag inside, dirty and ripped. Empty cans of food were piled nearby. Everything was weathered, like it had been here for months. But here's the part that made me feel sick. Nailed to a tree next to the shelter was a piece of cardboard. On it, written in marker, were the words, "Stay out, don't follow, no way back." I stood there for a while, staring at it. I didn't touch anything. I didn't want to leave fingerprints or disturb the scene. It felt wrong, like I was looking at someone's secret. Maybe someone who had tried to disappear, or someone who had lost their mind out here. Either way, I backed away and returned to the trail. The rest of the day was slow. My legs were sore, and the air felt colder. Clouds rolled in thick and low. The trail was muddy, and I slipped more than once. I kept thinking about that sign and those cans, and wondering who had built that shelter. Why were they warning people? What had they seen? That night, it rained hard. I camped in a depression surrounded by rocks. My tent held, but the ground turned soft and wet. I barely slept again. By the 7th day, I was halfway through the loop and already counting the miles to the end. My food was holding out. I still had water, but my mind wasn't right. I kept thinking I was being watched. I moved faster than usual, trying to put distance between me and the gorge. That's when I saw the second one. Another shelter, just off the trail. This one was worse. torn up, broken branches scattered everywhere, a small pot rusting in the dirt, but no sign of the person, no clothes, no backpack, just a collapsed lean-to and a piece of rope hanging from a tree. I didn't stop this time. I moved on fast, checking behind me every few minutes. Around mid-afternoon, it started to snow, just light flakes at first, but enough to worry me. I hadn't expected snow this early in the season. The temperature dropped fast, and I had to put on my insulated jacket and gloves. The trail became slippery and harder to follow. My GPS still worked, but I knew I needed to get out of this section quickly. I camped that night in the trees again, but I didn't eat. I was too cold and too tired. I just crawled into my bag and tried to stay warm. The wind howled through the forest all night, and twice I thought I heard something walking nearby, but I told myself it was branches, animals, anything. The next morning, my tent was covered in snow. I packed up fast and started hiking. My boots were soaked. My hands stung from the cold, but I pushed forward. That's when I saw the boot, just one, half buried in the snow off the trail. I stopped and stared at it. Brown leather, worn laces, still upright like someone had stepped out of it and vanished. I looked around, heart pounding. Nothing else nearby. No bag, no tracks, just one boot. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to leave, to get out of this forest as fast as possible. I marked the location on my GPS and kept going. By now, I was hiking nearly 12 miles a day, trying to cut the trip short. I had enough food to last, but I didn't stop for full meals anymore. Just protein bars and trail mix on the go. The snow got heavier. The trail faded in places. I had to keep checking the map. I slipped down a slope at one point and bruised my hip, but kept walking. On the 9th night, I heard it again. The steps, outside my tent. Same slow, heavy pace. Same deliberate movements. They circled me once. Then nothing. I wanted to scream, but didn't. I just lay there, holding my knife in my sleeping bag, eyes wide open. The 10th day, I saw the final sign. Scratched into a tree trunk, deep and rough, were the words, "You're not alone." No other markings, no initials, just those words cut deep. I didn't stop. I walked past it, head down, barely breathing. The snow was up to my ankles now. My hands were numb. My face burned from the cold. When I finally saw the old trailhead sign, half covered in frost, I started hiking early that morning. The sun was just starting to rise behind the mountains, casting a dull orange light through the trees. I had been planning the trip for weeks. I wanted to get away from the noise of the city, from the endless honking, blinking lights, and crowded streets. I wanted peace, quiet, just me, the trail, and the forest. I chose a remote area in northern Idaho, near the border with Montana. It wasn't a national park, more like a state forest with old logging roads and hardly any maintained trails. I liked that. The fewer people, the better. I parked my car on the side of a dirt road that led into the woods. I had downloaded offline maps, packed my gear, brought enough food and water for 3 days, and loaded up my backpack. I had a tent, sleeping bag, GPS, phone, headlamp, knife, a few energy bars, a small camp stove, and a 2-liter water bladder. I even had a printed map and compass just in case. I wasn't a beginner. I had done hikes before, though not quite this deep into remote territory. Still, I felt confident. The trail wasn't marked, but according to the map, there was an old fire road I could follow for several miles before cutting off into a less-used trail that looped around a ridgeline and came back down near a river. That was the plan: hike the loop, camp near the river, and return the same way. A simple route. At least that's how it looked on paper. The first few hours were peaceful. The forest was dense but not overwhelming. Pine needles crunched under my boots. Birds chirped. Squirrels darted through the underbrush. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. I followed the fire road easily, watching the sun rise higher and higher through the trees. I passed fallen logs, rusted pieces of old equipment, even what looked like the skeleton of an old truck half buried in moss, probably from the logging days decades ago. The road gradually narrowed, turning into more of a wide trail than a narrow path. I kept checking the map on my phone and using my compass to make sure I was going in the right direction. Around midday, I took a break near a small creek, ate a protein bar, drank some water, stretched out my legs. Everything seemed fine. I felt relaxed, even a bit proud of myself for getting this far. That confidence wouldn't last. It started when I decided to take a shortcut. The map showed a curved trail that wrapped around a ridge, but there was also an old dotted line, a barely visible path that cut straight across through the woods. It would shave off 2 or 3 miles. I looked around. The woods weren't too dense. Seemed doable. I figured it would save time, and I could reach the river by late afternoon. So I left the trail. First, it was fine. I followed the compass, stepping over roots and pushing through ferns. I checked my location every few minutes. The signal was weak, but I still had the GPS coordinates saved. I kept walking, but the terrain started to change. The ground became uneven, sloping up and down unpredictably. There were no signs of a trail, just forest, thick and silent. I kept pushing forward, thinking I could find the path again. But then I noticed the compass was acting weird. The needle wobbled. I tapped it. Nothing. Then I pulled out my phone. No signal. GPS stopped updating. Just a blue dot frozen on the screen. I didn't panic at first. I knew the general direction. I kept walking, but after half an hour, I hadn't seen anything familiar. No trail, no road, not even the sound of the creek anymore. The trees looked the same in every direction. I started to feel it then, that creeping anxiety like a tight knot forming in your gut. I stopped, trying to listen. Nothing, just the wind rustling through the branches. I decided to retrace my steps. I turned around, trying to follow my footprints, but the forest floor was thick with pine needles. No prints. I wandered back the way I thought I came, but it all looked different. Somehow I had gotten turned around. I told myself to stay calm, just find higher ground and get my bearings. I climbed a small hill, slipping a few times on loose soil, and when I reached the top, I looked around. Endless trees in every direction. That's when I realized I was completely, utterly lost. I sat down, breathing hard. I drank some water and tried to think. I could try to keep moving and hope to find the trail again, or I could stay put and wait until morning, when I could try to retrace my steps in daylight. I checked the time. It was already past 4 p.m. The sky was starting to dim. I decided to set up camp on the hilltop. I cleared a small area and pitched my tent. Ate another energy bar. No appetite, just knots in my stomach. I laid down, listening to the silence. The forest was too quiet. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. Branches cracking in the distance. The wind howling through the trees. Once, I thought I heard footsteps outside the tent, but when I unzipped the flap and looked, there was nothing there. Just the dark. The kind of dark that feels like it's pressing down on you. I held my knife in my hand and didn't close my eyes until it was almost morning. When the light returned, I packed up and started moving. I figured if I walked downhill, I'd eventually reach the river. That was the plan. Just head downhill. Rivers run low, so it made sense. I pushed through thick underbrush, stepping over fallen logs and slipping down steep inclines. Hours passed. No river, just more trees, more silence. I was running low on water and starting to feel lightheaded. I found a puddle and used my filter straw to drink from it. Tasted like mud, but it was better than nothing. By late afternoon, I stumbled into a clearing. That's when I saw it. An old, abandoned logging site. There were rusted machines half covered in moss, a collapsed wooden structure that looked like a shack or office, and piles of rotting lumber. A chain-link fence surrounded part of the site, though most of it had fallen over. I stepped through a gap and looked around. It was dead silent. No birds, no wind, just stillness. I walked toward the shack. The wood creaked under my boots. Inside, it was dark, but I used my headlamp to look around. There were old papers scattered on the floor, a broken chair, a desk with rusted tools. On the wall, a faded map showed the layout of the logging site. I studied it, hoping it would show a road or trail, but most of it was too damaged to read. I found a dusty crate of bottled water in one corner. I checked the seals, still intact. I opened one and drank it slowly. Tasted a little off but didn't smell bad. I took a few bottles with me and stepped back outside. The site was eerie, like it had been abandoned in a hurry. Tools left out, gear rusting in the open. I found an old bulldozer tipped on its side, half buried in the dirt. The metal was covered in scratches, long, deep gouges down the side. I touched one. It felt almost deliberate, like something massive had clawed it. I shook off the thought, probably age and rust. Still, it made my skin crawl. I kept looking around and found a path leading away from the site. Not a trail, more like 2 tire tracks grown over with weeds. I followed them, hoping they would lead me out. After a mile or so, the path split in two. One direction went uphill into thicker woods, the other downhill into a ravine. I chose downhill. Bad choice. The path ended at a drop-off, about 20 feet down into a dry creek bed. I tried to climb down but slipped and fell hard, twisting my ankle. Pain shot up my leg. I lay there for a while, gritting my teeth. The pain wasn't unbearable, but walking would be slow. I wrapped the ankle with a spare shirt and used a branch as a crutch. I decided to rest there for the night. I built a small fire using dry twigs and the fire starter in my pack. The flames gave me some comfort, but not much. The forest felt wrong. Too quiet, like everything was holding its breath. I kept my back to a rock wall and held my knife close. I didn't sleep much. In the morning, I followed the creek bed, limping slowly, stopping every few minutes to rest. I saw boot prints in the mud, not mine, too large. My heart leapt. Someone else had been here. I followed them, hoping they would lead somewhere. After 2 hours, the tracks disappeared. Washed away by rain, maybe, or just old. I kept going. That's when I heard it, an engine. Faint but real. I turned and climbed the bank, forcing my way through the underbrush, branches slapping my face. I reached a ridge and saw a dirt road below. A real road, wide enough for vehicles. Relief hit me like a wave. I hobbled down to the road and followed it for hours. Eventually, I saw a cabin in the distance, a small ranger station. No one was there, but it had a radio. I used it to call for help. An hour later, a ranger in a truck showed up. He looked surprised to see me, told me the area hadn't been patrolled in years. He drove me back to civilization. I didn't tell him everything, just that I'd gotten lost. I didn't mention the logging site, the claw marks, the silence in the forest. He probably wouldn't have believed me anyway. I decided to go on a solo hiking trip in the northern part of Montana. I had been planning it for a few months. I found a spot online that wasn't popular, which was exactly what I wanted. I didn't care much for crowded trails or busy campgrounds. I liked the quiet, the space to think, and the challenge of managing everything on my own. The area I picked was called Bitterroot Ridge. It wasn't on many maps. I found it on a hiking forum where someone posted about their experience bushwhacking through it a few years back. They said it was rough terrain but beautiful and empty. I set out in early September. The weather was cooling down but not cold yet. Perfect timing. I packed enough food for 4 days. I had a good water filter, a strong backpack, my tent, a GPS, and topographic maps printed out in case the GPS failed. I had done enough hikes to know not to rely on just one thing. I also had a small emergency radio and a first aid kit. I kept everything simple and packed tight. The first day of hiking went smooth. I parked my truck off a gravel road that led out from a dirt forest service path. I locked it, left a note on the dash with the date and my planned return, then set off. The trail wasn't really a trail, just a deer path, barely visible in the brush, but I followed the route I'd planned on my map. It led steadily upward through thick forest, pines and firs mostly. The ground was littered with needles and branches. There was no one else out there. No tire tracks on the way in, no signs of other hikers. It was what I wanted. I hiked for about 6 hours before setting up camp near a small stream. I filtered some water, ate a freeze-dried meal, and got into my tent early. It got dark fast in the trees, and once the sun dipped behind the ridge, it was like a curtain fell. I stayed up for a while listening to the sounds. Crickets, a few distant birds, maybe a deer moving through leaves at some point, but nothing alarming. Just wilderness being wilderness. I slept all right. Day 2 started early. I woke up stiff, but nothing unusual. Packed up, had some trail mix, and kept moving. My goal was to reach a high point that offered views of the valley below. According to the map, there was a rocky outcrop if I followed the ridge east. It looked steep but doable. I spent the whole morning climbing. There wasn't a trail, so I moved slowly, checking the map every 20 minutes to make sure I stayed on course. Around noon, I reached the outcrop. It was worth it. I could see for miles. Green valleys, distant ridges, and no signs of people or buildings anywhere. It made me feel small, but in a good way. I sat up there for nearly an hour, eating jerky and drinking water. The sun was warm on my face, and the wind was steady but not strong. I figured I had about 4 more hours of daylight, so I started moving down the opposite side of the ridge. That's when things started to go wrong, but in a subtle way at first. The slope on the other side was steeper than I expected. There were loose rocks under the soil, and the brush was thicker. I took it slow, using a hiking pole to brace myself. About halfway down, I slipped. It wasn't a big fall, just lost my footing, slid down about 10 feet on my side, picked up a few scrapes, but it rattled me. I stood up, brushed off the dirt, and checked my gear. Nothing broken, nothing lost. But I noticed something else. My left knee was starting to feel off. Not sharp pain, but pressure. I figured it was a mild sprain or a twist. I wrapped it with an ace bandage and kept going, trying not to put too much weight on that side. The problem was, I didn't realize how far down I'd already come. The slope got steeper, the brush thicker, and soon I was forced into a narrow gully that cut between 2 large rock walls. It looked like runoff carved it out over years. The gully wasn't on the map. It wasn't even visible from the top. Felt like I had dropped into it by accident. I tried climbing back the way I came, but the dirt was too loose and the rocks unstable. One chunk gave way under my foot, and I slid back down again. It wasn't a place to take risks, so I decided to follow the gully down. I figured it would lead me to the valley eventually, maybe meet up with the stream system. It seemed like a safer bet than trying to scramble back up the ridge with a messed up knee. I kept walking, slower now. The gully was tight, sometimes barely wide enough for me and my pack, and the walls got higher the further I went. They blocked the sun. The ground stayed damp and cold, and there were patches of moss and wet leaves that made it slick. About 2 hours in, I noticed that my GPS had lost signal. Not surprising considering how deep the gully was. I had expected that. I kept the map in my chest pocket and double-checked it with a compass. I still knew roughly where I was, but the gully didn't let up. It twisted sharply, dropped in places like natural steps, and got more choked with debris. Fallen branches, dead trees, old rocks. It was like nature had forgotten this place. Felt cut off. I started feeling the strain. My knee hurt more with each step, and I was sweating harder despite the cool air. I rationed my water, trying not to drink too fast. I passed a few trickles coming down from the rock face, but I didn't trust them yet. It was around 5 p.m. when I realized I wasn't going to get out of the gully by nightfall. I hadn't found a place wide enough to climb out, and I didn't feel stable enough to try bushwhacking up the side. My knee throbbed every time I put weight on it. I started looking for a flat spot to camp. I found a bend in the gully where it widened a little and had a soft patch of dirt and moss. It wasn't ideal, but it was flat and protected. I pitched the tent there, filtered a bit of water from a small puddle in the rock, and heated another meal. I ate in silence, sitting outside the tent with my back against my pack. The gully was quiet, too quiet. No crickets, no rustling leaves. Just dripping water and the occasional sound of small rocks shifting somewhere far down the line. That night, I barely slept. Not because of fear, just discomfort. My knee pulsed in pain, and every time I turned, it woke me up. The cold crept in early, too. The walls of the gully kept sunlight out, and it felt like the temperature dropped faster than usual. I wrapped myself in every layer I had. The next morning, I could barely stand. My left knee had swelled badly overnight. I had to sit in the tent for nearly 30 minutes just massaging it and trying to get circulation going. I used more bandage and painkillers, then packed up slowly. I told myself I had to keep going. If I stayed in the gully too long, I'd run out of food and water. My emergency radio didn't have reception either. I was completely cut off. I figured if I kept following the gully down, I'd eventually reach a flatter part of the valley or hit a river, maybe even find a dirt road or game trail. But that day was worse. The gully dropped off unexpectedly about 2 hours in. A small waterfall, not huge, maybe 20 feet, but vertical. There was no easy way down. The sides were sheer rock, and the only way forward was to climb. I looked for a side path, but there was nothing, just moss-covered rock and roots. It took me nearly an hour to rig a makeshift rope with paracord and slowly lower my pack. Then I climbed down, using the wet rock and roots like a ladder. My foot slipped twice, and both times I nearly lost grip. I made it down, but my heart was hammering. That kind of fall could have broken something. Then I'd be screwed. Below the fall, the gully widened. That was the only good part. But it also got colder. There were patches of standing water, and the ground was soft and unstable. I nearly lost a boot in the mud at one point. I started moving slower, watching every step. I felt hungry, tired, and slightly dizzy. I knew I was pushing myself too hard. Midday came and went. I ate a granola bar and sipped water, then kept moving. I was limping bad now. My left leg couldn't take weight unless I locked the knee. The pain made me sweat. I looked at the map again, but I couldn't tell where I was anymore. The gully had curved so much that my compass wasn't helping. The GPS was still out. I had no idea if I was even heading in the right direction anymore. That afternoon, I found a dead deer in the gully. It was bloated and half sunk in mud. Looked like it had fallen and broken its neck or leg, then starved. Maybe predators got to it too. The air stank. It made my stomach turn. I had to step around it carefully. That night, I camped near a sharp bend where the gully turned south again. I checked my maps, but nothing looked familiar. I hadn't seen anything that looked like a known trail or stream. I was completely off course now. My food was running low. I had 2 meals left and a few snacks. I knew I had to get out the next day or the one after that. My body was giving out. My knee was nearly useless. I used a fallen stick as a second pole just to keep moving. The next day, I reached the bottom. The gully finally opened up into a flat, wooded section of the forest. It wasn't a valley like I hoped, just a thick cluster of trees and mossy ground. I felt a wave of relief. I wasn't boxed in anymore. I could choose a direction and try to bushwhack toward something. I picked north, based on the map and sun. I started the hike early in the morning, before the sun even rose. The air was cool, still holding onto the chill of the night, and I could see my breath fogging up as I walked. My backpack felt heavy on my shoulders, even though I had packed light. Just the essentials. A couple of protein bars, a water bladder, first aid kit, map, compass, headlamp, knife, and a small emergency bivy sack. I had done plenty of solo hikes before, so I didn't feel nervous. This trail wasn't marked on most maps. It was a lesser-known route that someone had mentioned in a forum, tucked deep into the Rockies, said to be rarely traveled but incredibly scenic. The first few miles were calm. Pines lined both sides of the trail, and the crunch of dried pine needles beneath my boots was the only sound aside from the occasional chirp of a bird waking up. The sun came up behind the hills and cast long shadows between the trees. I moved quickly, stopping only now and then to take a sip of water or adjust a strap. The incline was steady but not too rough. After about 4 hours, the path started to narrow. The trees became thinner and the slope steeper. I had expected this based on the forum post. I pulled out my map to double-check, but the trail I was following wasn't on it, just a blank section of forest. Still, I had a compass and I had marked a few bearings before starting. I was supposed to follow the ridge east for about a mile, then curve north toward a small alpine lake where I planned to camp overnight. I took the eastward bearing and started walking along the ridge. It was rocky and uneven with loose gravel in places. The wind picked up a little as I got higher, and I had to be careful with my footing. Every once in a while, I glanced back to check my surroundings. I didn't see anyone behind me or hear anything unusual, just trees, rocks, and distant mountains. About an hour later, I stopped for lunch on a flat spot near the edge of the ridge. I took off my pack, sat on a boulder, and ate one of the bars while looking out at the valley below. It was beautiful, thick forests rolling out endlessly, a faint river glinting in the distance. I felt totally alone out there, not in a scary way, just in that quiet, detached from everything kind of way that I loved about hiking. After lunch, I checked the compass again and started heading north, toward the lake. I had to go down the ridge into a shallow ravine before climbing up again. There wasn't a path anymore, just game trails and wild terrain. Still, I felt good, confident. I had done bushwhacking hikes before. That changed around mid-afternoon. As I climbed up the opposite slope of the ravine, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly. It wasn't anything I could see or hear. It was just a sense that things weren't matching up with the bearings I had taken earlier. The slope was steeper than it should have been, and I didn't see any signs of the lake. I stopped to take a break and pulled out my compass and map again. The needle spun for a moment, then settled. I took a reading, turned around slowly, and frowned. Something was wrong. The direction I had been going didn't line up with the bearing I'd taken hours earlier. Not even close. I figured maybe I had veered off course when I was heading down into the ravine. The trees had been thick there, and it was easy to lose your sense of direction. I backtracked a little, trying to find a clearer landmark. But the trees all looked the same, and every rocky outcrop started to blur into the next. I couldn't find my way back to the ridge. I didn't panic yet. I had plenty of daylight left, and I had trained for this kind of situation. I told myself to stay calm and keep moving, just in a straight line for a while. I chose a direction that looked open and hiked steadily, hoping to hit a trail or a stream or anything I could follow. But after another hour of walking, I still hadn't seen anything familiar. That's when I started to feel uneasy. There was no sign of anyone, no old campsites, no boot prints, no cut logs. Nothing. I wasn't on a trail. I was just moving through untouched wilderness. Every step felt heavier now, and my shirt was soaked in sweat, not from exertion, but from nerves. I stopped again and listened. Silence. Too much silence. Even the birds were gone. I tried climbing a tall boulder to get a better view. From the top, I could see ridges stretching out in every direction, but none of them looked like the one I had come from. I scanned the area for any signs of the lake. Nothing. That's when I saw it. About a quarter-mile away, down a slope, was a clearing with a large, dark patch in the middle. It didn't look like water, and it wasn't a meadow. It looked flat, artificially flat. Something about it made my stomach twist. I knew I shouldn't go toward it. Every part of me said to turn around and pick another direction. But I was desperate. Maybe it was an old ranger outpost or a hunter's camp or even a fire break. Anything was better than wandering aimlessly. I made my way down slowly, slipping on loose dirt and sliding between brush. When I got closer, I could see that the flat area was cleared land, maybe 50 feet across, surrounded by stumps. Trees had been cut recently. The stumps were fresh, sap still wet. In the center of the clearing was a small building. A shed, maybe, or a shack. Wooden, low to the ground, with a rusted metal roof and no windows. It didn't look abandoned. The roof had been patched recently. There were footprints in the dirt around it. Someone had been here, maybe still was. I stood at the edge of the clearing, hidden behind a bush. I stared at the shack for a long time. I didn't want to go near it. Something was wrong. Really wrong. It wasn't on any maps. It wasn't supposed to be here. Still, I was lost. I didn't have a signal on my phone, and the thought that there might be someone who could help was stronger than my fear. So I walked into the clearing, slowly, step by step, heart pounding. There was no sign of movement, no sound. I knocked on the wooden door just a couple of times. Nothing. I waited, then tried the handle. It was unlocked. I opened it carefully and stepped inside. The air was stale. It smelled like dirt and old wood and something else. Something sour. The light inside was dim, just a little coming in from the cracked door behind me. There was a table against the back wall, and shelves filled with plastic bins and tools. On the table, I saw what looked like maps, dozens of them hand-drawn, all marked with notes and strange codes. None of them matched the topography I knew. In the corner, I saw a tarp covering something. A large shape, maybe 6 feet long and about 3 feet tall. I didn't want to look under it. I really didn't, but my eyes kept going back to it. My hand moved on its own, and I grabbed the edge of the tarp and pulled. It was a cage, steel, heavy duty, and inside were restraints, ropes, duct tape, and a bloody knife. The inside of the cage was stained with something dark. The smell hit me hard, metallic and rotten. I gagged. I stumbled back, heart racing, and almost knocked over one of the bins. The lid popped open, and I saw clothes inside. Not folded, stuffed, dirty, torn clothes, hiking clothes, a boot with dried mud, a backpack that looked a lot like mine. I ran. I didn't think. I just ran. I don't know what direction I took, but I didn't care. I sprinted back into the trees, branches slapping my arms and face. I didn't stop until my legs gave out and I collapsed behind a log. I stayed there, gasping, listening. I thought I heard something behind me. A twig snapping, a rustle of leaves, but it might have been my own breath. I stayed there until it started to get dark. Couldn't go back. I couldn't go near that place again. I pulled my bivy sack out of my pack and hunkered down behind a fallen tree. I didn't sleep. Every sound made me flinch. My knife was in my hand all night. At first light, I started moving. I picked a direction and forced myself to stick to it. I rationed my water. I moved as fast as I could without collapsing. I didn't stop except to drink or rest for a few seconds. The forest felt tighter now, watching me. That day, I didn't see anything familiar. No ridge, no trail, no stream, just endless trees and rocks and shadows that never seemed to stay in one place. But I kept going. I knew I had to get out. That shack. Someone built it out there for a reason. And whatever they did there, they didn't want to be found. By the second night, I was close to breaking down. I hadn't eaten more than a couple bites of a protein bar. My legs were shaking. I had scratches all over my arms. I camped on a slope under some thick trees and prayed the wind would cover my scent. The next morning, I heard a sound that made me cry. Traffic. It was faint, distant, but it was real. I moved toward it, tripping and falling, crawling when I had to. After another hour, I broke out of the forest and onto a service road. A group of dirt bikers stopped when they saw me. I must have looked like a ghost. One of them gave me water while the others called for help. They took me to a ranger station and from there to a small clinic. I told the rangers I had gotten lost, but I didn't tell them everything. I didn't tell them about I started hiking early that morning. The sun was just starting to rise behind the mountains, casting a dull orange light through the trees. I had been planning the trip for weeks. I wanted to get away from the noise of the city, from the endless honking, blinking lights, and crowded streets. I wanted peace, quiet, just me, the trail, and the forest. I chose a remote area in northern Idaho, near the border with Montana. It wasn't a national park, more like a state forest with old logging roads and hardly any maintained trails. I liked that. The fewer people, the better. I parked my car on the side of a dirt road that led into the woods. I had downloaded offline maps, packed my gear, brought enough food and water for 3 days, and loaded up my backpack. I had a tent, sleeping bag, GPS, phone, headlamp, knife, a few energy bars, a small camp stove, and a 2-liter water bladder. I even had a printed map and compass just in case. I wasn't a beginner. I had done hikes before, though not quite this deep into remote territory. Still, I felt confident. The trail wasn't marked, but according to the map, there was an old fire road I could follow for several miles before cutting off into a less-used trail that looped around a ridgeline and came back down near a river. That was the plan: hike the loop, camp near the river, and return the same way. A simple route. At least that's how it looked on paper. The first few hours were peaceful. The forest was dense but not overwhelming. Pine needles crunched under my boots. Birds chirped. Squirrels darted through the underbrush. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. I followed the fire road easily, watching the sun rise higher and higher through the trees. I passed fallen logs, rusted pieces of old equipment, even what looked like the skeleton of an old truck half buried in moss, probably from the logging days decades ago. The road gradually narrowed, turning into more of a wide trail, then a narrow path. I kept checking the map on my phone and using my compass to make sure I was going in the right direction. Around midday, I took a break near a small creek, ate a protein bar, drank some water, stretched out my legs. Everything seemed fine. I felt relaxed, even a bit proud of myself for getting this far. That confidence wouldn't last. It started when I decided to take a shortcut. The map showed a curved trail that wrapped around a ridge, but there was also an old dotted line, a barely visible path that cut straight across through the woods. It would shave off 2 or 3 miles. I looked around. The woods weren't too dense. Seemed doable. I figured it would save time, and I could reach the river by late afternoon. So I left the trail. First, it was fine. I followed the compass, stepping over roots and pushing through ferns. I checked my location every few minutes. The signal was weak, but I still had the GPS coordinates saved. I kept walking, but the terrain started to change. The ground became uneven, sloping up and down unpredictably. There were no signs of a trail, just forest, thick and silent. I kept pushing forward, thinking I could find the path again. But then I noticed the compass was acting weird. The needle wobbled. I tapped it. Nothing. Then I pulled out my phone. No signal. GPS stopped updating. Just a blue dot frozen on the screen. I didn't panic at first. I knew the general direction. I kept walking, but after half an hour, I hadn't seen anything familiar. No trail, no road, not even the sound of the creek anymore. The trees looked the same in every direction. I started to feel it then, that creeping anxiety like a tight knot forming in your gut. I stopped, trying to listen. Nothing, just the wind rustling through the branches. I decided to retrace my steps. I turned around, trying to follow my footprints, but the forest floor was thick with pine needles. No prints. I wandered back the way I thought I came, but it all looked different. Somehow I had gotten turned around. I told myself to stay calm, just find higher ground and get my bearings. I climbed a small hill, slipping a few times on loose soil, and when I reached the top, I looked around. Endless trees in every direction. That's when I realized I was completely, utterly lost. I sat down, breathing hard. I drank some water and tried to think. I could try to keep moving and hope to find the trail again, or I could stay put and wait until morning, when I could try to retrace my steps in daylight. I checked the time. It was already past 4 p.m. The sky was starting to dim. I decided to set up camp on the hilltop. I cleared a small area and pitched my tent. Ate another energy bar. No appetite, just knots in my stomach. I laid down, listening to the silence. The forest was too quiet. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. Branches cracking in the distance. The wind howling through the trees. Once, I thought I heard footsteps outside the tent, but when I unzipped the flap and looked, there was nothing there. Just the dark. The kind of dark that feels like it's pressing down on you. I held my knife in my hand and didn't close my eyes until it was almost morning. When the light returned, I packed up and started moving. I figured if I walked downhill, I'd eventually reach the river. That was the plan. Just head downhill. Rivers run low, so it made sense. I pushed through thick underbrush, stepping over fallen logs and slipping down steep inclines. Hours passed. No river, just more trees, more silence. I was running low on water and starting to feel lightheaded. I found a puddle and used my filter straw to drink from it. Tasted like mud, but it was better than nothing. By late afternoon, I stumbled into a clearing. That's when I saw it. An old, abandoned logging site. There were rusted machines half covered in moss, a collapsed wooden structure that looked like a shack or office, and piles of rotting lumber. A chain-link fence surrounded part of the site, though most of it had fallen over. I stepped through a gap and looked around. It was dead silent. No birds, no wind, just stillness. I walked toward the shack. The wood creaked under my boots. Inside, it was dark, but I used my headlamp to look around. There were old papers scattered on the floor, a broken chair, a desk with rusted tools. On the wall, a faded map showed the layout of the logging site. I studied it, hoping it would show a road or trail, but most of it was too damaged to read. I found a dusty crate of bottled water in one corner. I checked the seals, still intact. I opened one and drank it slowly. Tasted a little off, but didn't smell bad. I took a few bottles with me and stepped back outside. The site was eerie, like it had been abandoned in a hurry. Tools left out, gear rusting in the open. I found an old bulldozer tipped on its side, half buried in the dirt. The metal was covered in scratches, long, deep gouges down the side. I touched one. It felt almost deliberate, like something massive had clawed it. I shook off the thought, probably age and rust. Still, it made my skin crawl. I kept looking around and found a path leading away from the site. Not a trail, more like 2 tire tracks grown over with weeds. I followed them, hoping they would lead me out. After a mile or so, the path split in two. One direction went uphill into thicker woods, the other downhill into a ravine. I chose downhill. Bad choice. The path ended at a drop-off, about 20 feet down into a dry creek bed. I tried to climb down but slipped and fell hard, twisting my ankle. Pain shot up my leg. I lay there for a while, gritting my teeth. The pain wasn't unbearable, but walking would be slow. I wrapped the ankle with a spare shirt and used a branch as a crutch. I decided to rest there for the night. I built a small fire using dry twigs and the fire starter in my pack. The flames gave me some comfort, but not much. The forest felt wrong. Too quiet, like everything was holding its breath. I kept my back to a rock wall and held my knife close. I didn't sleep much. In the morning, I followed the creek bed, limping slowly, stopping every few minutes to rest. I saw boot prints in the mud. Not mine, too large. My heart leapt. Someone else had been here. I followed them, hoping they would lead somewhere. After 2 hours, the tracks disappeared. Washed away by rain, maybe, or just old. I kept going. That's when I heard it, an engine. Faint but real. I turned and climbed the bank, forcing my way through the underbrush, branches slapping my face. I reached a ridge and saw a dirt road below. A real road, wide enough for vehicles. Relief hit me like a wave. I hobbled down to the road and followed it for hours. Eventually, I saw a cabin in the distance, a small ranger station. No one was there, but it had a radio. I used it to call for help. An hour later, a ranger in a truck showed up. He looked surprised to see me, told me the area hadn't been patrolled in years. He drove me back to civilization. I didn't tell him everything, just that I'd gotten lost. I didn't mention the logging site, the claw marks, the silence in the forest. He probably wouldn't have believed me anyway. I had been planning the solo hike for weeks. I wanted to disconnect, clear my head, and just get out there with nothing but a pack, some food, a sleeping bag, and the trail. I picked a less popular trail in northern Colorado, far from the usual crowded paths. The area was mostly switchbacks winding through steep forest terrain and climbing ridges that overlooked thick valleys. The trail was supposed to be about 17 miles one way, then another 17 back, and I planned to camp overnight near the midpoint. It was early September, and the weather was perfect. Chilly mornings, clear skies, no sign of snow yet, and enough daylight to hike for hours. I parked my car at a small dirt lot with barely any space for 4 cars. Only one other vehicle was there, a dusty old Tacoma with hunting stickers on the bumper. I didn't think much of it. I checked the trail sign, shouldered my pack, and started walking. The trail started off smooth, but it got steep fast. The switchbacks were carved tightly into the side of a hill that dropped off hard to the left. Pine needles covered most of the dirt path, making it soft underfoot. I could hear my boots crunching with every step. At first, I felt great. The trees around me were tall and thin, and the sunlight filtered through the branches in slices. Everything smelled like pine sap and dry bark. After about 2 hours, I came to a clearing. There was a log on the side of the trail that looked like a good spot for a quick break. I dropped my pack, sat down, and drank some water. I looked around and didn't see or hear anyone. Total quiet, except for the occasional rustle in the trees. I figured it was squirrels or birds. After about 10 minutes, I got back up and kept walking. The trail climbed higher. The switchbacks were more frequent and tighter. It felt like I was doing zigzags up the side of a mountain. I started to sweat even though the air was cool. I stopped looking at my watch after a while and just focused on each step. The path was getting narrower and the drop on the left was steeper now. I had to be careful where I stepped. The dirt crumbled easily, and there weren't any guard rails or ropes. Around the 6th hour, I started to feel tired. My knees were getting sore from the climb. I thought about turning back, but I knew I was closer to the halfway point than the beginning. I kept going. At one point, I came to a fork in the trail that wasn't on the map. One path kept climbing up the switchbacks, and the other curved around the ridge and looked flatter. I didn't like the look of the ridge. It was open and had a sheer drop on the left side. But I was tired of climbing. I chose the flatter path. The first 100 yards were fine. The trail was narrow, but I could walk without worrying too much. Then it started getting strange. I noticed boot prints in the dirt. They were fresh. Someone had come this way recently, but they weren't going forward, they were facing the way I had come. Whoever had been here walked out and then back. The tread was deep, like whoever it was had been moving fast. Then I found the broken strap from a backpack on the ground. It was dusty and frayed, like it had been stepped on. I picked it up, looked around, and saw no one. No birds, no wind, just total silence. I felt something in my stomach twist a little, but I shook it off and kept walking. The path curved around the ridge and then narrowed more. On one side was the drop, a good 50 feet down into thick pine trees, and on the other side was a rock wall, jagged and rough. I walked slowly, hugging the rock wall. My boots kept sliding a little on loose gravel. Every few minutes, I'd stop and look back. Even though I hadn't heard anything, I started seeing more signs. A torn map folded weirdly, pinned between rocks. A cracked sunglasses lens. A boot lace tied around a stick like a marker. All of it looked like someone had dropped or discarded them fast. I couldn't tell if it meant danger or just bad luck, but I had a bad feeling. When I reached a sharp bend, the trail all but disappeared. It turned into a rock slide, loose stones and dust covering what used to be a path. I could see where the trail picked back up on the other side, maybe 15 feet ahead. But between me and it was just loose gravel on a steep incline. I crouched and studied the rocks. They looked dry and crumbly. I tested the edge with 1 foot and a hand. A few pebbles slipped down the hill, bouncing off rocks before disappearing into the trees below. My heart started pounding. I sat back and thought about what to do. I could go back and try the original switchbacks, but I'd already wasted a lot of time, and I didn't like the idea of doubling back on a path that seemed wrong somehow. I didn't know why, but something in my gut said not to. I decided to cross the rock slide. I moved slowly, staying low to the ground. Every time I shifted weight, I did it carefully. Still, the gravel slid under me. About halfway across, one of my boots lost grip. My knee slammed down hard, and I had to grab a jagged rock to stop myself from sliding. The skin on my palm tore open. Blood smeared the stone. My heart was beating fast now. I sat there, not moving, breathing through my nose. Then slowly I kept going. By the time I made it to the other side, I was shaking. My hands were scraped, and my pants were torn at the knee. But I was across. The trail picked up again, wider now and more stable. I kept walking. I hiked for another hour before I found a place to set up camp. It was a small clearing with flat ground and a few large rocks I could sit on. I pitched my tent, rolled out my bag, and boiled some water for food. The quiet around me was so deep it made my ears ring. There were no bugs, no wind, no animal sounds. Just me, breathing and moving and waiting for the sun to set. That night, I lay awake in my bag, staring at the top of the tent. I couldn't stop thinking about the items I had seen. The boot prints, the torn strap, the rock slide. Something wasn't right out here. I wasn't scared exactly, but I wasn't at ease either. It felt like I was in a place I wasn't supposed to be. Around midnight, I heard something outside. Not footsteps, not an animal. It was a sound I couldn't place, like something heavy shifting once and then stopping. I sat up and held my breath. Nothing followed. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun finally came up, I packed up fast. I wanted to get out of there. I thought about taking the same route back, but the idea of crossing the rock slide again made me sick. I decided to go back to the fork and take the original switchback trail I had skipped. It took longer, but the trail was more solid. The climb was brutal, though. My legs burned, and I had to stop every few minutes. The higher I got, the more open the view became. I could see across valleys, down into ravines, even spot the glint of a river far below. But I didn't care about the view anymore. I just wanted to get back to my car. At one point, I came around a bend and saw something that made my stomach drop. It was a backpack. It was off to the side of the trail, leaning against a tree like someone had sat down to rest and left it. It was dirty, covered in dust, and looked like it had been there for weeks. I walked over and unzipped the top flap. Inside were crushed protein bars, an empty water bladder, a ripped flannel shirt, and a knife. No ID, no name tag, no map. I looked around. The trees were dense. No movement, no sound. I zipped it back up and kept moving, faster now. About 2 hours later, I came to the bottom of the trail and saw the dirt lot through the trees. My car was still there. The Tacoma was gone. I threw my pack into the back seat, got in, and locked the doors. I sat there for a long time before turning the engine on. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Back home, I tried to find reports of missing hikers in the area. There were none.
No accidents, no rescues, no alarms.
I thought about calling the local ranger office to tell them what I saw, but I didn't. I didn't know what I would even say. It's been months now. I haven't hiked alone since then. Sometimes I go out with friends on popular trails, but even then, I'm on edge. Every sound makes me look over my shoulder. I started sleeping with a light on. I stopped reading about wilderness survival. I don't know what I saw out there. I don't know what happened, but I know I wasn't supposed to be there. And whatever happened before me on that trail, someone didn't make it out. I did, barely, and that's enough for me. I always liked hiking alone. I didn't do it to prove anything or to show off some survival skills or whatever. I just liked the quiet. I liked being away from people, from phones, from the hum of traffic. Everything felt simpler when I was deep in the trees with nothing but my pack, my boots, and the sound of wind pushing through the pine needles. So when I decided to take a week off work and hike a loop trail I'd read about in a guidebook, I didn't really tell anyone. It wasn't some secret mission, I just didn't think it mattered. I left a note with a coworker about where I'd be, but that was it. I was heading to a less traveled set of switchback trails in the northern part of the Cascades. According to the book, the trail looped through forested slopes, past a couple old fire roads, dipped into a ravine, then climbed up toward a rocky ridge before circling back. It was about 40 miles total, and I planned to do it over 3 days. I parked at a dusty turnout where the trailhead began. It was late morning, but already the sun was heating up the gravel. I saw no other cars, which was what I expected. The trail wasn't popular. That's why I chose it. I checked my gear, 3 liters of water, trail mix, dehydrated meals, gas burner, first aid kit, flashlight, map, compass, and a fully charged phone with a backup battery, and headed in. The first few miles were great. The trail was well-worn but narrow, climbing slowly through tall pines and spruce. Everything smelled like warm bark and dry dirt. Birds chirped from way up in the branches. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear anything but my own steps and the soft creak of my pack shifting. I stopped around noon for a quick lunch under a rocky outcrop. There was a view down into a valley, all green and gold. Everything looked so far away and small. I felt good, better than I had in months. By early afternoon, I hit the switchbacks the book had mentioned. They started off easy, zigzagging up a forested slope. Each turn brought more of the same: trees, underbrush, and the occasional chipmunk darting into the brush. I remember the sun flickering through the leaves like a strobe, and I remember thinking how peaceful everything felt. But somewhere near the fifth or sixth switchback, things started to shift. It wasn't anything dramatic, just a feeling at first. The trail was narrower here, with the slope rising steeply on one side and falling away on the other. I noticed a few broken branches scattered across the path, which seemed odd given how little wind there'd been. A little farther on, I found what looked like a ripped piece of tarp or tent fabric caught on a low branch. It was greenish blue and frayed at the edges. I figured maybe someone had lost part of their gear, though it looked old, like it had been there a while. Still, I didn't think much of it. I kept walking. By the time I reached what should have been the top of the switchback section, I realized I hadn't seen any trail markers in over an hour. Normally, that wouldn't have bothered me. The trail was still visible, even if overgrown in spots, but something about it started to nag at me. The book had said there would be a split in the trail around mile 12, near an old ranger marker. I hadn't seen anything like that. I pulled out the map, checked my compass, and tried to match the curves of the trail to the paper. Nothing really lined up. Still, I assumed maybe the map was just outdated. I pushed on. I hiked another mile before I realized something was off. The trail was curving in a direction that didn't make sense. According to the map, I should have been heading northeast, but my compass pointed me almost due south. That didn't make any sense. I stopped, took off my pack, and sat down to double-check. Maybe I'd missed a fork, or maybe I'd gotten turned around somehow. But the compass didn't lie, and when I really looked at the trees, I realized the sun was no longer in the place it should have been. Somehow, I'd taken a wrong turn and ended up going the wrong way. I figured I'd just backtrack to the last marker, but when I stood up and looked back down the trail, something about it looked different. Not just unfamiliar, almost like I'd never come this way at all. I decided to turn around anyway. I didn't want to waste time or light, but 20 minutes into backtracking, the trail just vanished. I swear it was there when I started walking, but little by little, the dirt path got narrower, the underbrush got thicker, and then it was just gone. Just like that, I was standing in the middle of the woods, surrounded by trees, with no sign of any trail in any direction. That's when the first real pulse of panic hit me. I'd hiked a lot of trails before. I'd gotten turned around plenty of times. But this didn't feel like that. This felt wrong, like the forest itself had swallowed the trail. I pulled out my phone, but of course there was no signal. Just a blank screen with the little "no service" bar blinking in the corner. I used it to check my GPS location, but even that wasn't helping. The dot bounced all over, showing me floating miles from where I should have been. I tried not to panic. I still had food, water, shelter. I could just set up camp and figure things out in the morning. I found a small clearing near a cluster of rocks and pitched my tent. I boiled water for a freeze-dried meal and tried to calm myself down. As night came, the forest changed. The wind picked up. Branches creaked. I heard animals, little things mostly, but every so often, I'd catch a sound that didn't belong. A footstep that didn't match the rhythm of the wind. A crunch that sounded too heavy to be from a deer or rabbit. I told myself it was just my imagination. I zipped the tent tight and tried to sleep. I didn't sleep. Not really. I'd drift off for a few minutes, then wake up at the slightest sound. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard something outside the tent. It wasn't close, but it was moving slowly. I sat still, holding my breath, listening. Whatever it was, it circled at a distance, then eventually moved off. I didn't hear it again after that, but I kept my flashlight in my hand the rest of the night. The next morning, I broke down camp and decided to head west, hoping to hit a stream or another trail. The terrain was rocky and uneven. I kept slipping on loose dirt and hidden roots. After maybe an hour, I stumbled across an old logging road, just 2 overgrown tire ruts in the dirt. I followed it, thinking maybe it'd lead me back to the loop trail. But the farther I went, the more overgrown the road got, until it was barely more than a line in the weeds. I found an old rusted-out truck half buried in brush. Its windows were smashed, and the frame was stripped to the bones. There were bullet holes in the door, Something about it creeped me out. It felt like it had been there a long time, just slowly rusting away where no one would ever find it. By midday, I was sweating hard, and my water was running low. I hadn't found a stream, and I was starting to get dehydrated. I rested under a tree and checked my phone again. Still nothing. I decided to keep following the road, hoping it would lead out somewhere. But I started noticing strange things. Trash, old beer cans, broken coolers, a boot with the sole torn off. All of it was weathered and bleached, like it had been sitting there for years. Then I found what looked like a shirt, half buried in the dirt. It was ripped down the middle and stained dark in places. I didn't like the look of it, so I kept walking. The road ended in a wide clearing. There were the remains of a campsite, half-collapsed tents, old folding chairs, a fire pit filled with ash. But everything looked wrong. Torn fabric hung from branches. One of the chairs was bent like it had been hit hard. There was an axe stuck in a log nearby, rusted through the middle. I didn't see blood or bones or anything, but the place felt bad, like something had happened there. Something that made people leave in a hurry. I didn't stay. I turned around and headed back the way I came. Only now I was tired, hungry, and low on water. I kept stumbling, scraping my hands and knees. I tried to mark trees with broken twigs, but the forest all looked the same. I kept circling. Every direction felt like the wrong one. That night, I didn't set up the tent. I didn't want to be trapped in a thin sheet of nylon while something moved around me. I just sat under a rock ledge and waited. I heard more sounds, closer this time. Not animals, not wind. Something moving just out of sight. Always staying back, always watching. By day 3, I knew I was in trouble. My water was gone. My legs were cramping. I started shouting, hoping maybe someone would hear me. No one did. I tried walking again, pushing myself even when it hurt. I stopped caring about direction. I just wanted out. I followed sunlight. I followed slopes. I followed whatever felt like it was going downhill. Around midday, I finally saw something that gave me hope. A glint of metal through the trees. I pushed toward it and found a section of fencing, partially knocked over. On the other side was a gravel road. I almost cried. I didn't know where it went, but it was better than staying in the trees. I walked it for hours, feet blistered, throat dry, until I saw a sign nailed to a post. Forest Access Road 214B. Eventually, a truck came down the road. I stepped into the middle and waved it down. The guy inside looked shocked when he saw me. I don't know exactly why I decided to go hiking that weekend. I guess I needed to get away from everything for a while. Work had been brutal lately, and I hadn't had a real break in months. I just wanted to be alone with nature for a couple of days. I figured I'd clear my head, sleep under the stars, eat simple meals, and come back feeling more like myself. I chose a place I hadn't been before, Broken Ridge Wilderness in northern Idaho. The trails weren't crowded, and it was known for its long, challenging routes and remote terrain. That was exactly what I wanted. Something long, something hard, something far from everyone. I did a little research and picked a loop trail that was supposed to be around 30 miles in total. I planned to do it over 3 days, starting on a Friday morning and finishing by Sunday evening. I packed everything I needed: tent, sleeping bag, plenty of food, water purification tablets, a lightweight stove, headlamp, a map of the area, a compass, extra batteries, basic first aid gear, and even an emergency beacon just in case. I've been hiking for years and I always go prepared. I double-checked everything the night before. My pack was heavy, but manageable. I left my car at the trailhead early Friday morning, signed into the trail logbook, and headed out. The weather was cool, but not too cold. The sky was clear. The air smelled like pine and fresh earth. It was peaceful in a way that only deep wilderness can be. The first day was tough, lots of elevation gain, rocky trails, and long stretches without shade. But I was feeling good. I reached a small clearing next to a stream around 6 p.m. and set up camp. I boiled water, cooked some dehydrated chili, and sat quietly for a while. The only sounds were birds, wind, and the trickling stream. I slept early that night, tired but content. The second day started just as smooth. I packed up, followed the trail deeper into the forest, and made good time. The trail climbed higher and the views opened up. At one point, I could see for miles valleys, jagged peaks, and thick forests stretching in every direction. It was beautiful. I stopped to take pictures and have a snack. That was the last time I remember feeling completely at ease. About 2 hours after that, the trail narrowed and started winding through a dense patch of forest. The trees were packed close, and the ground was soft and uneven. I slowed down, carefully watching my step. I wasn't paying enough attention, though, because my right boot hit a root sticking out from the ground. I stumbled and twisted my ankle hard. I didn't fall, but I dropped to one knee immediately, gritting my teeth. The pain shot through my leg, dull at first, then sharp and throbbing. I sat down and pulled my boot off. My ankle was already swelling. I cursed under my breath and pressed my fingers against it. It didn't feel broken, but it hurt bad enough that I knew I wasn't going to move fast anymore. I wrapped it tightly with a bandage from my first aid kit, slipped my boot back on, and tested it carefully. I could still walk, but it was slow and painful. I figured I'd hike for another hour or so and then stop early to rest it. That's what I did. I found another small clearing about 100 yards off the trail and set up camp. My ankle throbbed, but I elevated it, took some painkillers, and tried not to worry too much. I'd be fine in the morning, I told myself. Just a sprain. I've had worse. That night was colder. I zipped up my sleeping bag tight and tried to sleep, but I kept waking up. The pain was one reason, but I also started noticing the quiet. Too quiet. The usual nighttime sounds. Crickets, wind in the trees, small animals rustling in the underbrush were missing. Every time I opened my eyes, I'd lie still and listen, but there was nothing, just silence. I don't know what time it was when I finally fell asleep for real, but when I woke up, the sun was already rising. My ankle felt worse. The swelling had gone down a little, but now it felt stiff and tender. I knew I had to get moving, though. I figured I was about halfway through the loop. If I kept going forward, it would be about 15 miles to the trailhead. But if I turned around and went back the way I came, it would be closer to 12. I thought about it for a while and decided to go back. Less distance, even if it meant retracing my steps. I broke camp slowly, limping and grimacing every time I stepped wrong. I leaned heavily on my hiking poles, trying to take some weight off my ankle. Every hour that passed made me more aware of how isolated I really was. No cell service, no people, just miles of forest. Around noon, I stopped to rest and eat. That's when I heard it. Something moving through the trees behind me. I froze and listened. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a deer either. It sounded human. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I stayed still and waited, but the sound stopped. I called out. Not with words, just a sharp hey, more out of habit than anything. Nothing. Silence again. I packed up quickly and kept moving. For the rest of the day, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be behind me. But I didn't see anything. By late afternoon, I realized I wasn't on the right trail anymore. Somewhere during the backtracking, I had taken a wrong turn. I checked the map, but it didn't help much. This part of the forest wasn't labeled clearly. The trail I was on looked like it had been used once, a long time ago. The trees were closing in tighter, the ground was uneven, and I kept seeing signs of old camps. Fire pits, a broken tent pole, even a rusted canteen hanging from a branch. Creeped me out, but I didn't have a better option. I hobbled along for another hour, hoping to find a familiar landmark. That's when I saw the cabin. It looked abandoned. The roof sagged, the windows were either broken or boarded up, and the front door was hanging on one hinge. It was maybe 50 yards off the trail, partly hidden by trees and brush. I didn't want to go near it, but I was desperate. My ankle was shot. The sun was going down and I needed shelter. I walked up slowly, pushed the door open with my pole, and stepped inside. The cabin was empty. Dust and leaves covered the floor. An old wood stove sat rusted in one corner. A wooden table was flipped on its side, and there were 2 broken chairs against the far wall. No sign of anyone. I set up my sleeping pad in one corner and laid down, listening for any sounds outside. Nothing, just that same awful silence. I forced myself to eat, then took more painkillers and closed my eyes. That night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps again. Not outside, inside, in the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The footsteps were slow, dragging almost. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear them, moving across the wooden floor, creaking slowly, getting closer to where I was lying. I grabbed my headlamp and flicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness and lit up the empty room. No one was there, but the door was open now. I know I shut that door. I got up, closed it again, and jammed a piece of broken chair against it to keep it from swinging open. Then I sat there in the dark, wide awake, heart pounding. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I left the cabin as fast as I could. I didn't care how bad my ankle hurt. I just wanted to get out of there. I followed the overgrown trail deeper into the woods, hoping it would connect with the main loop eventually. I wasn't even sure I was going the right way anymore. My compass still worked, but everything else felt off. The trees looked the same in every direction. The air smelled different, heavier somehow. I felt watched. I found an old trail marker around noon, faded red paint on a tree trunk. I followed those markers for the rest of the day. They were far apart, but they gave me hope. Around sunset, I stumbled into a clearing with a fire ring and a bear hang rope still tied between two trees. It looked like a designated camping area. That meant I was getting close to the main trail again. I dropped my pack, sat down, and cried for the first time in years. Just pure relief. I slept better that night. No footsteps, no strange noises, just wind and distant owls. When I woke up, the sky was gray and cold, but I felt better. I checked my map again, found the trail, and kept walking. Around noon, I finally saw something familiar, the trailhead sign. My car was still there, untouched. I limped to it, unlocked the door, and sat down behind the wheel. I didn't start the engine for a few minutes. I just sat there, staring out at the trees. I made it out. My ankle took almost a month to heal. I didn't tell anyone the full story, just that I got lost, twisted my ankle, and had a rough couple of nights. But that cabin, the footsteps, the feeling of being followed, I'll never forget that. I still hike, but I'm more careful now. I double-check my maps, stick to the main trails, and avoid anything that looks too overgrown. And I never, ever sleep in abandoned cabins anymore. I've been planning the hike for a while. I wanted to do something a little off the beaten path, something that would push me but wasn't totally reckless. I'd been looking at a few trail maps of the Rockies in Colorado, specifically some old Forest Service maps I found online. A lot of the area was remote, but I'd read trip reports and backcountry accounts from people who had gone there years ago. I figured with GPS, my compass, a good map, and enough supplies, I'd be fine. I didn't want crowds. I didn't want cell service. I wanted nature and quiet and something that felt like a challenge. I drove out early that morning from a nearby small town where I had stayed the night. The gravel road to the trailhead was rough, full of potholes and narrow turns, but I made it. There was one other car in the small dirt pullout. A rusted sign marked the unofficial start of the trail. It wasn't even a real trail, not in the maintained sense. Just a route people followed using terrain features and GPS. I had it downloaded on my phone and on my GPS unit. My pack was heavy. 4 days worth of food, water filter, tent, extra clothes, first aid, everything I thought I might need. The first part of the hike was beautiful. The sun filtered through tall pine trees, and the forest was full of birds. I passed a small creek and refilled my water bottle. The terrain was uneven but manageable. I followed an old logging road for a while, then broke off toward a ridgeline. The air was thin, crisp, and cold, but I liked it. I felt alive. That first day, I hiked about 10 miles and made camp near a small lake. It was so quiet that it made my ears ring. Just the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional creaking of old branches. I boiled some water, ate freeze-dried pasta, and crawled into my sleeping bag early. The second day was supposed to be the hardest, crossing a long stretch of alpine terrain with no trail, just route finding over rocks and through high meadows. I felt good in the morning. My legs were sore, but it was that good kind of sore. I packed up and started climbing. As I got higher, the trees thinned out and the ground turned to rock and short grass. The views were incredible. I could see snow-covered peaks in the distance and deep valleys below. Around midday, I stopped for a quick lunch, just some jerky and granola, and checked my GPS. I was on track. That afternoon, clouds started building fast. I knew the Rockies were unpredictable. Weather could shift in minutes. I picked up my pace, trying to get over the highest point of the route before anything hit. Just as I reached the top of a ridge, thunder cracked behind me. A deep, low rumble that rolled across the sky. I dropped lower fast, scrambling down the far side of the ridge, moving toward tree cover. The rain started as a drizzle, but within 10 minutes it was coming down hard. I threw on my rain gear and kept going. My boots slipped on wet rocks, and I fell once, jamming my wrist. Not bad enough to stop, but it throbbed with every movement. Visibility dropped. Fog rolled in, and soon I couldn't see more than 20 feet ahead. My GPS said I was still on track, so I pushed forward. But at some point, I must have veered off. The terrain started looking wrong. I should have been dropping into a valley, but I was climbing again. The slope was steep, full of loose rock and downed trees. I stopped to check my position. My GPS was frozen. The screen wouldn't respond. I tried restarting it, but nothing worked. It just stayed on the map page, unresponsive. I pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. The offline map loaded, but the GPS marker showed a blank circle. No location. I waited for 10 minutes, hoping it would fix itself. The rain kept coming. I got cold. My hands were numb. I knew I had to keep moving. I pulled out my compass and tried to orient myself using the map. I guessed I was somewhere east of where I should have been. I figured if I kept heading west and downhill, I'd eventually hit the drainage where I planned to camp. But I never found the drainage. The slope kept getting steeper, more treacherous. At one point, I slipped and slid 15 feet down a wet incline, tearing my jacket on a rock. Mud covered my pants. My ankle twisted badly, but I could still walk. I checked my watch. It was after 5. I needed to find somewhere flat to camp. I couldn't afford to keep pushing into unknown terrain with darkness coming. I finally found a patch of flat ground between some trees. I pitched my tent in the rain, hands shaking, and climbed inside. My sleeping bag was dry, but the rest of me was soaked. I stripped down and got in the bag, trying to warm up. I forced myself to eat something even though I wasn't hungry. My mind raced. I kept replaying the afternoon over and over, wondering where I'd gone wrong. I tried the GPS again, still frozen. That night was the worst sleep I've ever had. The wind howled through the trees, and branches cracked somewhere in the darkness. I kept jerking awake, heart pounding, thinking I'd heard something outside, but it was just the storm. The next morning, everything was fogged in. Visibility was maybe 10 feet. My tent was soaked. My boots were soaked. My pack was soaked. I stuffed everything in and kept moving. I still thought I could find my route if I just backtracked a little and corrected course. I wandered for hours. The terrain was all wrong. The fog messed with my sense of direction. I'd climb one ridge thinking it would reveal a landmark, only to find more forest, more rocks, more nothing. I started seeing the same boulder twice, the same twisted tree. I was going in circles. I tried to calm myself. I sat down, pulled out the map again. If I could find a drainage and follow it down, I'd eventually hit a road or a river. Something. That's what I decided to do. I found a small creek and began following it. But it twisted through thick forest, and sometimes it split into dry stream beds that went nowhere. My ankle hurt more now. Every step sent pain up my leg. I rationed my food. I had 2 days' worth left if I stretched it. Water was fine. I could purify from the creek, but I knew calories were going to become a problem. That night, I camped on a slope. I had to wedge rocks under one side of my tent to keep from sliding. I didn't even cook food. I just ate a dry energy bar and lay in the dark, listening to distant thunder again. On the third day, I woke up to silence. The fog was gone. The sun was out. I saw the terrain clearly for the first time. I climbed a ridge behind my camp, hoping to see something familiar. What I saw was nothing but more wilderness. Just trees, rocks, and endless ridgelines. No roads, no buildings, no signs of human life. But I saw smoke, faint and far away, maybe a couple miles off. A thin column rising into the sky. I didn't know if it was from a cabin, another hiker, or a fire, but it was the first sign of anything. I marked the direction and started moving. It was hell. The terrain was steep and uneven. Deadfall covered the ground, and I had to climb over dozens of downed trees. My ankle screamed every time I stepped wrong. At one point, I fell into a hidden hole between rocks and slammed my knee. I thought I'd broken it, but it was just bruised. I kept going. The smoke got closer. Around midday, I heard a sound, an engine. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. I climbed one last hill and saw it. A small logging road, barely more than a dirt path, but there was a truck parked on it. A man in an orange vest stood beside it, smoking a cigarette. I waved both arms and shouted until my voice cracked. He didn't hear me at first. I limped down the hill, yelling louder, until he turned and saw me. His face looked shocked. I must have looked insane. Muddy, bloody, limping, eyes wild. He said something, but I didn't care. I was just happy to see someone. He helped me into the truck and gave me water. He had a radio and called for help. An hour later, I was in an ambulance heading to the nearest hospital. I had a mild concussion, a sprained ankle, dehydration, and early-stage hypothermia. They said if I'd spent another night out there in the cold, things could have gone much worse. It took me a long time to get over that hike. I kept thinking about every mistake I made, relying too much on GPS, not turning back when the weather changed, not marking my route more carefully. I still hike now, but I stick to better trails. I carry a backup compass and map, and I never go that deep alone anymore. I got lucky. That smoke I saw, it was from a Forest Service worker doing trail clearing. If I hadn't seen it, I don't know what would have happened. Maybe I would have found my way out eventually, or maybe not. The Rockies don't care if you're prepared. They'll eat you alive if you slip up just once. And I slipped up. I just happened to survive.